All right, welcome, everybody. This is the Xbox 2 podcast coming at you live on this very cold. Gonna be snowing here later today in Chicago on this Valentine's Day, which I guess we should be surprised we're doing it at all because Mr. Jez Corden, executive editor over at Windows Central, basically told his girlfriend to sod off. I got a podcast to do, babe. I got a podcast to do on Valentine's Day. I love you very much. Now I'm going to have to go spend 4 hours with my crew over at the XB2. What's going on?
XB2. Hey, Rand. And hello to XB2 podcast universe. We haven't been here for a couple of weeks.
Well,
we
1 week.
Yeah, well, it's been 2 weeks since we podcasted, though.
Well, true.
2 Fridays ago.
True.
So,
Yes.
but it doesn't feel like that to me because I've been so busy. I've been so damn busy, man. So yeah, it's good to speak to you in the XB2 universe. But it's okay about Valentine's Day because I'm going on vacation. We're going on a nice vacation next week.
Jez,
for
guys,
a couple of weeks.
You know what
so
happens?
I'll be gone.
You know what happens when Jez goes on vacation, right?
Oh no.
Things
Here we go.
come out. Things leak. The last 2 times Jez has gone on vacation, something's happened. And this time Jez is going on vacation for 2 weeks, I think. He's going to be completely gone for 2 weeks. So the question becomes is what will leak in the next 2 weeks because Jez will not be here.
Oh dear.
I don't know, but something big is going to happen. I feel it in my bones. You're going to be chilling in Hawaii with your girlfriend. And you're going to pick up the phone, your work Slack's going to be going crazy, and you're going to be like, what's happening? And you're going to open it up, and you're going to look at it and be like, oh my God, how am I here? Like, this is the biggest news ever, you know? 2 weeks. Can't wait to see what happens, Jez. I really do. People, Mr. Scarcely Relevant says, who's going to fill in for Jez? I'll probably get Cold on 1 week and maybe get Cog on 1 week. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I could ask Paris to be on 1 week. I don't know. I definitely would need a co-host. I wouldn't be doing this by myself. So
no. I was gonna do a solo show.
You should have.
On Monday, but I just didn't have time. Like, because I'm going on vacation, I've sort of like got to make sure that I've done all my work that should have been doing next week. It's kind of funny when you go on vacation. It's like you have to do double work to make up for the fact you're going on vacation. And then the vacation kind of cancels itself out, right? But yeah, I don't know. But I am taking my laptop, so I will endeavor to cover anything major that sort of comes out. I learned my lesson from Iceland, man. When I went to Iceland, I didn't take my laptop. And then all that stuff leaked. I think it was the FTC leaks, wasn't it, Rand?
One of the times you went on vacation was the FTC leak where someone at Microsoft uploaded the files for everybody to see. Yeah.
Yeah. And then
I forget what happened the next time. But something did happen. And something will happen this time as well. So
there's so much leaks. I've been doing this, as of in the next couple of weeks, Rand. I'll have been doing this for 10 years, covering Xbox.
That's a long time.
I've been covering Xbox for 10 years.
I mean, hell, this is
our Windows Phone, but
in 2 months, I believe this will be our 7th anniversary of the podcast.
That's crazy.
I mean, the podcast is Xbox related. It's in the name, and that's what we talk about, even though we talk about everything. But that's a long time when you think about it. 7 years ago, when I was 22, when I was just a wee lad.
A wee lad. There ain't a lot of podcasts that stand the test of time, man. You think about all the podcasts over the years that have sort of come and gone, and because life happens, and people get busy or they have kids, and I don't have time for the whole podcasting thing anymore. But we stuck through, man. We've stuck through, and God willing, Grant, we'll be here in another 7 years talking about,
Well, not if Gavin House has his way, because he says covering Xbox is like covering Ubisoft or EA at this point. Move on, guys.
Who said that?
Gavin House in the chat. Hey,
Oh, right.
I'll talk about whatever I want. And if you don't like that, there's the door. Don't let it hit you on the way
There's the
out.
door. Yeah, I mean,
You know?
he's here giving us clicks, so.
Yeah.
But anyways, Rand, should we do some housekeeping and then get into some topics?
Well, yeah, I wanted to explain why, we didn't do a show last week. It was my fault. I had unexpected visitors from out of state. So it was one of those things.
I don't know why, but I thought you were going to say out of space then.
No,
Like,
out of state.
Out of space. Yeah, out of state.
No,
Yeah.
Gavin, you didn't hit a nerve. I'm just telling it how it is. I don't show up to your podcast or your tweets and telling you what you should cover. Oh, that's right, because you don't have one. You're here listening to me and Jez. So, thank you.
Yeah.
We're not coming into your shit talking about how you should run your stuff because nobody cares.
Oh man.
How many bring on Dark Rand here a little bit? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just 4XP. It's getting the energy into me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 4XP. What about that 4XP? There's a nice big 4XP logo on the channel I see.
Yeah. So what's up with that, Jez? What's going on?
Well, Rand, I'm pleased to announce that we have got a brand new sponsor.
All right.
Do you want to learn some more about our new sponsor?
I do. Yes.
So indeed. Our new sponsor is 4XP, a gaming drink crafted by gamers for gamers.
Yeah. Gamers with a Z.
Yeah, gamers with a Z. 4XP, it's cool, but it actually is pretty cool. So, designed with every gamer in mind, 4XP features responsibly sourced ingredients and low caffeine levels, so you can enjoy serving after serving after serving. Whether fueling up for a marathon session or gearing up for a quick match before bed, 4XP is ready when you are ready. Real ingredients, real taste. 4XP eliminates all artificial sweeteners, delivering a bold flavor without those heavy, unpleasant aftertastes or those grittiness often found in similar powdered drinks. Only 10 grams of sugar per serving, full of natural flavors. Every sip is as smooth as it is refreshing. All made in the good old US of A. 4XP is available today at 4xpgaming.com. So yeah, 4XP are sponsoring good old XB2, and we very, very much appreciate it. 4XP was founded in 2007 by friends who were drinking a lot of Mountain Dew.
And then they thought, you know what? Back in the day, I mean, I used to drink a lot of Mountain Dew. Not anymore.
Drink a lot of Mountain Dew. No, not anymore. It's way too much sugar. And the guys at 4XP actually agreed. And you know what? They were like, there's got to be a better way. There's got to be a better, healthier alternative to just chugging the old Mountain Dew. So 4XP got together. They sourced some natural flavors and all that kind of stuff, and have tried to put together a tasty, refreshing, and hydrating drink that sort of like boosts your energy and clarity, but without the sort of the jitteriness of having like a full-blown, caffeinated Mountain Dew or Diet Coke or something like that. And I've been drinking 4XP all day, actually. It's 43 calories a scoop, which is roughly, it's roughly about the same as a cup of tea. So like, I've kind of replaced my cup of tea with 4XP today and drinking it. And, it is pleasant because when you drink as much tea as me, you start feeling a bit wired after a while. And I start wondering, like, should I be drinking this much tea? So, and one of the annoying things about living in South Germany is the hard water. I don't know if you have hard water in Chicago, Rand.
No.
But the water tastes a bit weird in South Germany.
I mean,
compared to what I'm used to, it's mineral heavy.
Yeah,
right?
I've had that before. We used to go up to Wisconsin. You definitely would have the hard water. So I know what you're talking about. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
But I don't have that here, and so I know what I mean by like the water tasting a tad weird compared to before. But this helps out.
4XP is great for dealing with hard water. So I've been enjoying that. So yeah, 4xpgaming.com. Go and check them out. They're helping out the Xbox 2 podcast. And yeah, pretty cool dudes over there as well. Um, Pat Rock's saying there's audio level issues, Rand. I don't know if you've got me lower than usual, or
No,
do I sound lower than usual?
I mean,
How do you guys? How do I sound to everyone? I've turned it up a little bit on my end.
I mean, you're set at all
All
this,
right.
you're set at all the same levels you always are.
Hmm.
So,
I don't know.
uh,
I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Like, I do think last time we did a podcast, I did feel like the audios were a bit off when I did the audio version.
I mean,
But I don't know.
everybody else says Jez sounds good, sounds fine, sounds perfect. Audio sounds fine, sounding good
All
here. I
right.
mean, I
All
don't
right.
know.
I turned myself up a touch anyway, and we'll keep watching it. But yeah, 4xpgaming.com sponsoring XB2. Thank you so much to them, and please go and check them out. It's really cool stuff, and they've got
Yeah, links in the
a lot of
description.
options.
It's funny because I woke up today and they sent some of their products here, and I'm not much of an energy drink guy. I normally drink Propel, which is I think I told the story before. I used to drink a lot of Diet Coke, uh, but I decided to kind of get rid of any of the pop. So I've been drinking a lot of Propel, but they sent the product over, and I was like, I'll check it out. I got some powdered the packets and like the big like scoop, the big jar that you can use with all their different flavors, because they have Grave Walker, which is white gummy. They have Ultra Nightmare, which is watermelon, and Legendary, which is blue raspberry. So I went with the Ultra Nightmare watermelon today. Drinking it right now, and it tastes pretty good. Tastes pretty good.
I like it.
Yeah.
I do like it. So yeah, thanks to them a ton, and we've also got some Patreon shout outs as
That is
well.
true. We do have some Patreon shoutouts. We got D Big Fluffy Bunny, Resin Force, I Mike Zero, Tier, Shrapnel, Inner Machine, Just James 93, Holy Dark Death, Steve Stompy, 09C Mine, James Wiseau, Trickster for Trey, Laser Wolf, Battered Haddock, Armor Dude 52C, Ryan Kipple, Foreign Object, RS Donks, Randall Thor 19, Silas, James Moore, Fantasticals, Katriox, Bright Tundra 1, Discarded Caboose, Justin Duell, Frank Mariano, Sean Kramer, PB Broking, Asa T, and Madison, Governor Grimm, DZ Huffin, Wagerman, Pat Rock, The Scarecrow 121, Darren Torpy, Briggs Country, Prof JJJ, and Wolfgang KPZ. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, you're awesome. And we've got one final producer shout out. So this is on patreon.com on our producer tier. If you're on that tier, you can add a special message. And we've got a special message from the Scarecrow. And Scarcely Relevant.
Okay.
Who says he wants to give a Discord shout out to a Bubby Kai, a longtime member of the XB2 Discord. The ability to derail a train of thought off a mountainside is a skill that few can demonstrate. Alongside the care for others in the Discord to check in and make sure all is right, or to be there to talk if things are not. Bobby Kai keeps things lighthearted and about the fun when we can all get too bogged down in the gloom. Thank you, Bobby. So Scarecrow used his producer tier shout out to give a shout out to Bobby Kai. So congrats there. So yeah, that's all the lovely housekeeping there, Rand. And I'm watching the stream, Rand, and you've got some lovely Avowed footage rocking for me here.
Yeah.
You know, Rand, I haven't played Avowed. I've been playing a different game that I can't talk about at the moment.
You are playing though. I wonder what it could be. What other games are releasing this month? We have a Yakuza pirate game, and then we have Monster Hunter Wilds releasing at the end of February. I wonder what game it could possibly be. Because what's coming in March? I don't know if there's anything. Oh, March is Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Not playing that.
So I wonder what Jez is. Are you a pirate right now, Jez? You pirating it up?
I'm not a pirate right now.
You ever play a Yakuza game?
I have played a Yakuza game. I've never finished one though. But it is kind of like, it's something I really want to do. It's like, it's been one of them things where it's like, I really want to get into Yakuza, but it's like, where do you start, man?
I guess you would start with Yakuza 0, or you could start with Yakuza Like a Dragon, because that's Ichiban. So I guess it has multiple starting points. When I do start the series, because, I finally played some Metaphor, my first Atlas game, which was something I wanted to do. And now sitting in my backlog, staring me in the face, is Yakuza Like a Dragon. So I probably might start that sometime this year,
Hmm.
just to see what everybody kind of is talking about with that. And I think I might like it. You know, very heavily story based. So it's something I might try. But but currently when I see the trailers for the Yakuza pirate game, I'm just like, doesn't seem to be for me. But those other Yakuza games might be interesting. So
Yeah, I think we do have a Yakuza review in the pipeline at Windows Central, but yeah, the series is so big, and so I kind of like if I do come to it, I wanna kind of tackle it head on. But yeah, I've been playing a different game for you know can't talk about, and then I've been on my Final Fantasy kick.
yes, you
I put
have.
like 100 and I think I'm at 120 hours now on Final Fantasy Rebirth second playthrough. That's how hyped I was on this shit, man. So, we have been gaming, but not necessarily things I can talk about. But the people, they want to hear from you, Rand. They want to hear from you because you've put together not one, but two
Yeah,
videos recently
I
about
know. Imagine that.
Xbox games back to back.
That is true. Let me get to some of the super chats. We'll get those done first before I talk about
Let's do it.
the other things. We got Sin Vendetta with the 9.99. Hey Rand and Jez, happy Valentine's Day. Are you boys going to try to squat up for Elden Ring Night Rain Network test? Say that 5 times fast.
Night
Elden
Rain
Ring
Network test.
Elden
Night
Ring Night
Rain
Rain
Net.
Network
Oh.
test. Elden Ring Night Rain Net. Couldn't even do it twice. Couldn't even do it twice.
Yeah, it's quite tough. Oh man.
Apparently, what, it didn't go well last night or early this morning?
Yeah, server issues, that kind of stuff. Not
Mm.
entirely unsurprising.
And they did announce a release date. It's coming sooner than
Surprising.
probably people thought, right? End of May, like May 29th or 28th or something is the release date.
Yeah.
Now, you put in a lot of time last year into the From Software. Does Elden Ring Night Rain speak to you? Is this something that you are going to put on your calendar as a must play, or are you kind of being like, you know what, I've had enough of this. I don't really like the co-op nature of it. Like, what are you going to do about that game, Jez?
And that's honestly where I sit. I'm just kind of like, I don't think it's for me, but at the same time, I kind of appreciate them trying new things, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's spin-off. I suppose it's not the primary team there, but I don't think it's for me. It's not something I'm particularly excited about checking out. But I don't know if you're feeling different. I got my feel with Elden Ring, man. I'm kind of I don't want to go back and play a co-op version of it.
I mean,
To be honest.
currently right now, I'm not like super into it. But I mean, that might change when we get closer to the release date because I wasn't
Yeah.
also into Elden Ring. I remember seeing the trailers and being like, I don't know, that looks just like Dark Souls, which isn't really something I liked. Even though I love like Sekiro, for instance, and I enjoyed my time with Bloodborne, I'm not like the biggest Dark Souls fan. And I'm not a big fan of the Dark Souls or the Souls like genre in itself. But just because it's so pervasive in like pretty much all the games now. You look at a lot of stuff and it's just like, oh, it's another game that's been inspired by Dark Souls.
Mm.
So watching the trailer, and I'm just like, I mean, maybe I could have fun with my buddies if they're all really into it. I didn't really get excited for Elden Ring until like a couple days beforehand, and then I got the game and I fell in love. Right? If we talk about top 3 games of the generation, for most of this gen, it was Elden Ring. And that's coming from someone who really doesn't care for the Souls-like games. Like, that game was outstanding from start to finish. The world design, the level design, the way it played, the lore. Like, I loved that game. I loved Elden Ring. And that really didn't. A game didn't really come along to unseat it until I played Cyberpunk last year, and I enjoyed Cyberpunk. I still think about Cyberpunk to this day about some of the stuff that happened in that game, and So for me, this generation is like Cyberpunk 1A, Elden Ring 1B, followed up by Alan Wake 2. I know Mr. Septic Sauce Gaz in chat is probably like, shut up, Rand, because he didn't like Alan Wake 2, which is fine. But Gaz is finally playing Red Dead Redemption 2 on PC. And I'm, because he spent. Gaz will message me in WhatsApp, right? And we'll talk about some stuff. And Gaz was trying to basically convince me to start playing on PC, like ditch Xbox and ditch PlayStation. You have a PC, play on it, trying to convince me, right? And I'm just like, I'm good, Gaz. I'll use my PC at some point or whatever. Don't worry about me, Gaz. Right? He's like, oh man, Red Dead 2 is so amazing. I'm like, yeah, it was amazing in 2018 when it came out. Now Gaz is experiencing the greatness of it on PC for the first time. And he's like, oh my god, it's so good, you have no idea. I'm like, well, no, I have a good idea because it was amazing even at 30 frames on console. So I can imagine how good it would feel at 60 frames on PC.
I love that.
I mean, I appreciate Gaz being worried about little old Rand and where I decide to game. I appreciate Gaz's worrying about me, but yeah, he didn't like Alan Wake 2 like I did, which is fine. Obviously, people aren't gonna like everything the same.
Why do I feel like you've got a slightly condescending twang in your speech?
No, I mean, Gaz. I know Gaz is looking out for me, so it's just,
isn't that so kind of Gaz? Thank you, Gaz.
Very, very kind of him to worry about my gaming habits. Very kind, very kind.
Oh man.
Okay, well, let's see what else we got. We have Lancelot C. The 499 says, a long time ago, I jokingly called this game mid-avowed. Was I right? Well, I mean, it depends on your personal preference when you play it. I mean, it currently has like an 80 on Metacritic. I wouldn't call a game in the 80s mid, because that's a lot of the games in the industry. I mean, you might play it and not like it, but then you might play it and love it. So there's a wide range of opinions on Avowed. Some people don't like the combat. Some people love the combat. Some people don't like the exploration. Some people love the exploration. Some people really like the story. Other people don't like the story. The only way.
Why are Xbox games always controversial? Why can't it just be like it's okay game, or it's a good game, or it's a bad game? It's always opinions are split. I kind of feel like almost always like that. Am I crazy?
Nah, I mean, for a game that's rated at an 80.
Is it the Xbox tax?
But I thought the Xbox tax is over because all their games are coming to PlayStation. Wasn't that what everybody said? Or is it because this one's not on PlayStation yet, so therefore it doesn't count?
Yeah, it's Xbox tax for now.
Yeah.
Until later.
Until it comes to PlayStation a year from now, or 8 months from now, or something.
I don't know. I'm just discussing things. That's a podcast, right?
Well, I mean,
what we do here is discuss things.
You better watch out. They're gonna clip you and take you out of context and everything. Yeah, better be careful.
Those dastardly beggars. Those meanie pies, bro. Those meanie pies.
You'll see in a lot of the reviews like, hey, we gave this game this score, like a 7 or a 6 or whatever, because it didn't innovate and change the genre. And I'm like, yeah, but like, what game really does? Like, what game truly changes anything? It's just weird. I don't know. It's sort of a weird criticism to level at a game about, hey, we're giving it a 7 because it didn't change the genre. And it's like, yeah, but how many games change the genre? And there's plenty of, you know what I mean? I don't know. I think that's just extremely odd. Like, if that's your reasoning for it, whatever. But I don't know. I sort of think when I play a game, there's not many games that change the genre or do something along those lines. Which maybe that's maybe that's why games don't get like 90s. But it's like when I think about it, it's like, well, Astrobot came out, got a 94, but I mean, Astrobot didn't change the platforming genre, didn't really innovate in any way, but it still was a pretty good game. So I'm sure there's games you can look at and be like, well, this game didn't do anything to change the genre, but it's still reviewed highly, you know? I don't know.
It is what it is.
I did see that mentioned in the review. Oh, look, it didn't change the genres. So like, therefore, it's a low score. Okay, whatever.
Harris is clipping me, he says.
Oh well.
God damn it.
There you go. Rave Davemos with the 5 says the only thing more refreshing than the sponsor 4XP is XB2. Replace your tea with 4XP today. Happy V-Day from Frankfurt. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Frankfurt, Germany?
And I'm going to Frankfurt on Monday to catch a flight.
Oh, you are you?
I sure am. I spent a lot of time in Frankfurt because it's where the big airport is, right?
Oh, okay.
A nice city. I like it. It's got a huge river going through it.
We have.
Wait, doesn't Chicago have a river?
I mean, there's Chicago River, yes.
Yeah, that one. Don't you guys make it green?
Yes, for St. Patrick's Day, they dump a whole bunch of stuff in there and turn the river green.
Is that safe for the fish?
I don't know. I mean, I would hope it's safe for the fish. There are like laws. You're not supposed to dump stuff into, bodies of water like that. I would imagine it's safe, but I wouldn't go swimming in it. Would you?
Fair enough. I probably not. No. I don't know.
Yeah.
Is this the Environmental Protection Agency podcast now?
Who would go swimming in the Chicago River when it's green? Probably not a lot of people. It's also in March. It's probably also freezing cold at that point in time. That's a month from now, so it's still going to be cold, and a lot of people wouldn't be able to like swim in there anyways without going hypothermic. So he wouldn't last long, regardless of if you come out of the water and your skin is just like you're Shrek. Your entire skin is just green.
Medical advice from Xbox2 podcast.
Yes.
Brought to you by 4XP Gaming.
We got Silas with the 199. When's the Wheel of Time Season 3 trailer breakdown video coming? That's a different channel. You have to watch the Dusty Wheel for that, or one of the other channels that cover exclusive Wheel of Time. I did watch Season 3 trailer. I will say it kind of hyped me up a little bit. Season 1 I thought was a bad season. Season 2 was much better than Season 1, but I mean, you're going from like a 5 to a 6, or maybe from like a 5 to a 7. It wouldn't be anything I would recommend to anybody, honestly. Like when people ask me, would you recommend a TV show? I'm just like, I don't know. Sometimes I read all these books and it's like, would you actually recommend this to anybody? And it's like, probably not. Even though if I liked it, I don't know if I liked it enough to be like, put my stamp of approval on and be like, you need to read this. So for that, I don't know. But this trailer, they are getting into some of the meaty story aspects of Wheel of Time, especially with, it looks like they're doing a lot of stuff from Book 4, Shadow Rising, which is one of the universally acclaimed best books in the series. And you can definitely see some of the things in the trailers with the rings and the glass towers and stuff. So, and it does kind of look like they're almost doing a flicker thing, which I know a lot of that doesn't mean anything to you guys, but it certainly does to a Wheel of Time fan.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I know. So
why isn't there a Wheel of Time video game if it's that good?
There was a Wheel of Time video game back in the day.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like a Baldur's Gate kind of thing.
Who made it?
I don't know. I don't remember. I never played it.
I've got a feeling it wasn't very good.
Probably wasn't. But I mean, it could be a video game. I mean, I wouldn't. I think it'd be cool if there was.
Get Owlcat Games on it. They can do it.
Yeah. We got Sin Vendetta with another $9.99. The irony of Xbox 2 getting an energy drink sponsor when I'm trying to get completely off caffeine.
Well, it's got very minimal caffeine content for XP, so if you are trying to cut caffeine, this might be a good way to wean yourself off it, you know,
That is
potentially.
true.
But always consult your doctor before, you know, deciding whether to ingest something new, I suppose.
Face 23 with the 199. Jez, why were you going back and forth with Brad Sams? Yeah, Jez, why were you going back and forth with Brad Sams?
For fun.
For fun?
Yeah, I, me and Brad go back a long way. You know, I wasn't arguing with him. We're just having a friendly little debate about the virtues of the console industry right now.
Mm.
You know,
Which
there's
was...
a thought that the console industry overall is shrinking, and a lot of people just kind of look at the Xbox part that's shrinking, but it's a lot of companies are looking to other platforms to grow. I mean, even Nintendo is talking about mobile again in their recent reports. So, you know, if the console industry was projected to be, you know, happy and peachy, we wouldn't be seeing PlayStation support PC as aggressively as it is. You know, and in PlayStation's own financials, a lot of their new sales are entirely from PC and entirely from your old boy Helldivers 2, which is PC's main platform, really. So, yeah, it wasn't really going back and forth. I actually completely forgot that happened, to be honest.
Because that was...
I'm,
look at Brad Sams and Jez are fighting, you know?
nah, just having a little friendly debate, you know?
Yeah, because that was about the PlayStation financials, shipping 9.5 million PlayStation 5 consoles and PlayStation 5 Pro consoles in that quarter, which was, I guess, surprised even them. It did better than they thought. $11 billion in revenue, which I think was an all-time high.
Yeah.
$770 million in operating income, which is an operating margin of 7%, which isn't great, I would say.
I mean, it's the operating income of a hardware company, and that's what they are right now, hardware oriented. But they're trying to change that up, and Helldivers is exactly an example of a success story when it comes to software. So,
and Concord is the exact opposite.
yes, well, you know, takes a little bit of time to build something new.
They do have a couple other, you know, live service games in development, Fair Games, which I believe Jeff Grubb said recently on his podcast that game's coming out in 2026. It sounds like it's been delayed, which is probably for the best. You know, I wonder if it's one of those things where they look at like, oh crap, what happened to we better make sure that this game over here doesn't run into the same problems. So
yeah,
give it some more time. Although who knows with that game. Anyways,
I mean the problem with Fair Games is like you've given it a name that generates really good headlines if it does flop.
I didn't even really think about that.
Yeah, I always think about headlines, sort of second nature to me now.
Yeah, because you gotta clickbait it up on Windows Central.
Yeah, man, got to get those clicks in.
We got Yodani with the 5. Congrats on the 4XP sponsorship. I hope Jez has some pull and can get a beloved baked bean flavor. Could you pull that off, Jez?
Baked bean flavor.
Baked beans.
4XP.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll have to speak to our rep, our contacts. What flavor would you prefer, Rand? If we can get custom ones.
I mean, I like, you know.
You like broccoli, don't you?
Yeah, I wouldn't want a broccoli one. No, like watermelon's great. Maybe like a pink lemonade or something. I don't know. I'm not really picky. Like, right, you know, I'm not really picky when it comes to that sort of stuff. I just want it to taste good. It's one of the reasons why I don't just drink water. I drink like flavored water, like Propel and 4XP, because I just cannot only just do water. It just doesn't work with me. It's got to have some taste. And we got BT.
I drink water when I'm in Britain, but not when I'm in Germany. Tastes weird.
We got BT Maverick with the 5. I'd love to start seeing Randall ACG do more reviews outside of just the Xbox games. Very solid reviews, and I love listening to them. Happy V-Day, guys. Yeah, it was
I
interesting
do.
doing 2 videos this week about. Well, technically, South of Midnight's wasn't a review; it was a preview. But
When I was watching your videos, I was literally thinking this is the future of Rand's content.
yeah,
Like, because even though like the algorithm's not really recognizing you for producing those kind of reviews, they're very good. And I think if you keep doing them, Google will eventually be like, oh yeah, shit, this is the balls, this is the dog's bollocks, mate. And then they'll start promoting it, man. So you just gotta do more of it,
yeah,
lots more of it. 10 reviews a week, bro.
10,
That's what you got to do.
10 reviews a week. You're
Yep,
killing
that's what
me
you
on
got to
that
do,
one.
bro.
I
10
mean,
reviews a week.
even with this, I mean, the whole Avowed thing. That was we had 2 weeks to play it, which is great. Indiana Jones was, I think we had 6 or 7 days, 6 days, and so it's not. It was nice to get a lot of time with Avowed. 2 weeks to play it, and I put out my video what was it, Thursday, and it's an interesting journey that Avowed is really kind of took me on. Right, you can ask Colt, you can ask Cognito. I was not a fan of the game in the beginning whatsoever. I really thought about just deleting it off my hard drive and just moving on to the next game. It did not
Yikes.
click with me. It just combat. I wasn't enjoying the combat. The story, they throw a lot of like Pillars of Eternity stuff at you, so they throw a lot of that stuff. Luckily, there is an interesting thing that they do that I don't really think I've seen any other game do. So when you're in talking to somebody, there's an option to not only toggle the subtitles on and off right there, so you don't have to go back to the menu, which I thought was really fun. Or not fun, but really useful, because there were times where I couldn't understand what somebody was saying, so I would quickly, turn on the subtitles. But also, like, there's a button for the dialogue, lore, and history. Because, like,
Oh yeah,
somebody called and I was in the middle of a conversation, so I had to pick up the phone. And I had to talk to him for like 30 minutes. And by that time I came back, I'd forgotten what the conversation was. But in the dialogue, lore, and history thing, it replays the whole conversation. So I was like, okay, this is what it was about. And also, like, any terms that you may not understand that are specific to the Pillars universe, it's kind of like a dictionary. So it'll say what those words mean.
I get you.
So, like, but I've never seen a game do that before.
There is another recent game that does that.
Okay.
And I was very impressed with it. And that's Final Fantasy 16. Do you remember that? Final Fantasy 16 does that. When you're talking to people,
I don't
you can
remember
do that sort of. Was it 16? I'm pretty sure it was Final Fantasy 16, where you could sort of like you could press a button and you could like look at lore and information about the characters that are relevant to the current cutscene. And I was like, oh shit, that's awesome. That's really useful. Maybe they did it in a post-launch update or something, if you can't remember it. But or I'm misremembering what game it is. I'm pretty sure it was 16. Someone in chat will know if I'm talking bullshit or not. But yeah, I really like that, because I am someone who forgets a lot, and I'm also someone who stops playing a game in the middle and comes back to it 2 years later. Dragon Quest 11 does that as well. When you come back to a game, it gives you a little what happened last time on Dragon Quest kind of thing, and it's like, oh shit, I know what I'm doing, kind of. I do appreciate when games do that a lot. More of this, please, devs.
Yeah, but I eventually ended up getting addicted to Avowed.
That's good.
And it has all to do with the exploration and the combat. Because maybe it's because the way I played the first area. There's 4 main areas in the game, 4 hub worlds. It's not like a gigantic open world. It's 4 really large. It's 4 like large areas that you can explore that are also like very dense. There's a lot of things packed in together. A lot of verticality. The game has a pretty good parkour mantling system, as you can see me climb this lighthouse right here. That never really got old, and especially like when you're searching around and you hear the chimes of a treasure chest somewhere, and you're like looking for it, like, okay, where is this thing? But
Uh-huh.
that is where I think Avowed is at its strongest, is the exploration aspect of getting into this lovely world, overrun with all this weird vegetation and mushrooms and stuff that glow at night, because the game has a dedicated day-night cycle, and I thought the world looked... I would prefer to play it at night, just because when you're at night, you're in a forest, like all the vegetation kind of glows, it has this like eerie light, and anytime you go into like caves, it's like always like super cool to look at. But it really does, and I compared it to Elden Ring, which probably wasn't like the best comparison, but one of the key things I liked about Elden Ring was how the game didn't hold your hand about exploration, right? You'd be in an area and you'd see something in the distance and you would go towards it, and usually you'd be rewarded with something, like whether it was an interesting boss fight or maybe some new equipment or just something cool. And Avowed has that as well. Maybe it's more Oblivion, Skyrim-like, and I sort of feel like this was what was missing in Starfield. Like Starfield, I never felt compelled to explore anything because it was just like empty planets. You get into a spot, you do your mission, and that's it, because the rest of the planet was empty. So it was like...
The game, Starfield trains you to have low expectations of exploration. And this is why, like, one of my old things with Starfield is, like, as soon as you stray off doing a quest, that's when Starfield really starts to show its flaws heavily, you know. And it's also where, like, I think the game still has so much potential. If they did an update, which was literally just points of interest update, I think it'd be amazing. But continue. Like, I will say this though, like a lot of my team were playing Avowed, and they were in a chat together discussing guides that they were going to write and stuff like that. And I do remember the same sentiment, where it was like initially skepticism and like, oh, I don't know if I like this, and then gradually getting addicted and immersed in the game's world and what it had to offer. So I do see that sentiment a lot.
Yeah, it was just really cool to just see something in the distance, maybe get into a fight on the way, and then, oh man, there's these ancient ruins here. There's something to find, whether it's like a unique weapon or a treasure chest with some upgrading materials, and then you'll just see the next thing and the next thing and the next thing, and then you're constantly just exploring the map. You'll organically come across a side quest, or perhaps run into a bounty boss, right? All of a sudden you see this like gigantic troll, and then all of a sudden it's like it's named and it has this huge health bar, and you're like, oh crap, what did I stumble upon, right? And then combine that with the combat, which after you unlock some points, because like, you know, you level up, you get a point to put into your abilities, but then also you get a point to put into your like character stat tree. Like, do you want your might to go up? Do you want your dexterity? You want your intelligence? And those are tied to, like, might, for instance, is tied to, like, you do more damage and you can carry more things. And intelligence is tied to you get more max essence. But they're also used as skill checks within the dialogue. You'll come across, like, things that you can say to somebody, like, you need 2 points of intellect to say this. Or you need 10 points of might to say this, right? So when you start...
Old school Obsidian.
Yeah, old school Obsidian, old school RPGs. But when you start unlocking some of the better abilities, like, for instance, I didn't really like the sword combat in the game until I unlocked some abilities for it, especially the parry. Because it was just like, oh, I'm just blocking, I just got my shield out. But then when you unlock the parry, sword combat becomes a lot more fun, because now you got to time their block, and then you stun them when you parry them, and sword combat became a lot more impactful for me. But my go-to was getting my Harry Potter on, as you can see in the
magic.
The magic. Man, magic is pretty OP in the game. You get a wand, which you can use, and you can just throw these little bolts at people from a distance, like stay a safe way. Safe way. But then you get a grimoire book. And those have like spells you can bring up, like by pressing left trigger, you can hold it, and there's like 4 spells. There's many different types of books with many different types of spells. But like, yeah, you're throwing ice from your fingertips, or you're calling down a blizzard from the air, or you're shooting lightning from your hand, or calling down a big electric storm, or shooting a fireball, and doing all these things with the book. And it's all freeform because you don't have to play that way. In fact, later on in the game, I would have my wand, but I paired it with a pistol. So I was using my wand and my pistol at the same time. And the game allows you to have 2 loadouts. So you take enemies, attack them from a distance, and if they get close, boom, I'm switching to my sword and my shield. And now I'm parrying, and I got a flaming sword which sets people on fire, right? And there's like so many different weapons you can use, from wands to the books to the swords to daggers to 2-handed weapons like axes and swords, and like there's a lot of, so there's like, you probably will find something that you like to use. So it's the combination of exploring around, finding really cool stuff, seeing really interesting places, running across like side quests, which some of them can be pretty dark. Like there's a couple side quests in here that are like, whew, like, okay,
Dark is good.
That's pretty dark.
I like dark.
And
we like,
dude,
we like dark. Right?
I know. And for like 5 days, 6 days, well, I could not wait to get on to see what I could find in this game, which is a far cry from the first couple days when I was like, I don't even want to play this game anymore. But I found the groove, or at least I found what I liked. But then there's the other kind of aspect of the game, the RPG stuff, the choice and consequences, because, while you will be fighting people and exploring in the game, there's obviously a lot of dialogue, right? And for the most part, I think that the dialogue is pretty good. You have your companions with you. You find 4 of them throughout the game: Kai, Marius, Giada, and Yatzel. And Kai you get like right away after Tutorial Island, and he's voiced by Garrus from Mass Effect. So I took him everywhere because I'm like, I got Garrus with me on my fantasy RPG adventure. Because you can bring 2 with you, and they help you in combat. They have abilities. You can, put them on the D-pad for quick access if you want, or you can bring them up in the left bumper, brings up the combat wheel, which gives you access to their abilities, your abilities that you may have learned, like the cooking, the food, and the different, effects it will give you, and healing, and so like, your typical stuff. So the dialogue, for the most part, is well written, and your responses, they can be pretty varied. They'll give you a lot of different responses. You can play as an asshole in this game. You can be an asshole to everybody if you want. In fact,
say no more.
Your teammates, essentially, if you make the wrong choices towards the end, they'll leave you. And there are some...
I like that.
There are some choices you make that you'll sit there at the screen and be like, wow, man, what do I do? And they'll even give the option of like, hey, ask your companions for advice. And then one of them will be like, don't do this. It's wrong.
I was like, Avowed. Worlds had some of that, I think, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, so...
Which is a good thing, I think.
So there's that, and I didn't dock the game for this in any way, but I do think if they had done this, at least for me, and this is all just my opinion, right? People may disagree in the comments with what I'm about to say, but I do feel like the game could have taken the next step, and I know you're going to disagree with me, Jez, but this is how I feel, that if your character was actually voiced by a professional voice actor. Because you have a lot of dialogue you can say, and anytime I would be like, I'd see a really cool thing, I just was in my head being like, I wonder how this would sound like from a professional voice actor, with some emotion, with some joy, and because it's just words on a screen. It really doesn't mean anything to me.
Dude, do you realize how little this makes any sense?
It makes all the sense.
No, but you're like someone who's like, oh, I love my books, man. I love my books, and
books. But there's no. You're not choosing dialogue in books. There's one dialogue thing.
Shush you, Rand. Not only are you a book snob, you are mean and bully our friend Joaquin Branch for not using books and listening to audiobooks instead.
Well, that's
right.
Yeah,
and
that's because
in audiobooks they have professional voice actors. Well, you're a fake RPG gamer.
I'm not. Well, I didn't say I'm someone who plays tons of RPGs. So,
Yeah, you do. You play more than me.
well, I play more games in general than you. I mean, that's not a surprise to anybody.
Okay, I walked into that one, but you're it's bullshit. So yeah, that's my
I did
argument. It's
say
bullshit.
this is a Rand
Bullshit.
thing, but in a game where everything else is voiced from so don't give me like, oh, you read books, right?
Yeah, you read
Everything
books.
else in the game is voiced. Every other character in the game has a voice except you. And when they pan to you in the dialogue screen, guess what? Your character, and I didn't even say this in my review, but your character has the same expression the entire time. Never changes his expression through the 60-hour game. Just has this flat look in his face. And my thought was, hey, wouldn't it be cool if he showed some emotion at some point? And maybe like his mouth moved and you actually had a professional actor giving some hints of emotion or joy or anger and any of this stuff. Instead, I'm supposed to make it up in my mind.
See,
But then everything
that's
else
where
is
I
already
like-
voiced. So it's like, yeah, you know what I mean? It's just a small nitpick, I suppose. I'm not docking the game for it. It's just
See, in that regard, I would be like, I just wouldn't show the character's face if they're not going to bother to put any emotion in that aspect of it. Just keep it first person. Like you can't. Can you play the game in third person? Or
yes,
is
you
it
can play the game completely in first person or third person. Click in the right stick. If you hold it in for a couple seconds, it'll switch. I played it vast majority in first person because the game was built for first person. Like all the when you call in all the spells, all the hand animations and everything, like all that stuff is all built for first person. It's
Well,
not
I'd
built.
be like in that. Sure, I mean, but I'd be like if I am playing in first person, then maybe the cutscene should be in first person as well. I don't know.
Well, they don't show your character that often, but I mean, you see him enough because you do have a lot of dialogue.
Yeah.
And it's just like
See,
he always had. But then, how else are they supposed to show you your cool gear that you're wearing? You know?
I suppose. I suppose when it comes to facial motion capture and building on RPG, this is where budgets can start getting crazy. Like if you're gonna truly do motion capture for every single character in the game, like a Baldur's Gate is, for example, potentially, this is where the budgets are gonna start getting more unwieldy in some regards, I would say. So like if I'm an Obsidian who recently in an interview with DICE actually said they're intentionally trying to stay small and sustainable, these are the kind of compromises that are probably going to be prevalent throughout their games, where it's like, okay, well, we're going to make a huge world that's very explorable and handcrafted, and we're going to have a branching dialogue tree and all that kind of stuff. But the trade-off of staying small and AA means that, probably not going to have that much motion capture in it, and probably not going to spend that much on, animating faces and that kind of thing, right? So I suppose it's a trade-off for them at the end of the day. But we didn't care about this stuff when we were kids, man. Remember all those games from back in the day? They didn't have much emotion in them, but we didn't like them any less. Are our standards too high now, Rand? Are our standards unsustainable? Are we killing gaming, Rand?
I mean, you're
Is it
killing
our
gaming.
fault?
Yeah.
How am I killing gaming?
You just.
I'm
are.
helping gaming by buying all the microtransactions, bro.
Yeah. I'm sure you're one of the people that are happy that loot boxes are back in Overwatch 2, right?
Yeah, I am actually.
Like, by the way, guys, loot boxes are
man.
back, and Jez is like, yeah. Everybody else is like, are you kidding me?
It is kind of funny how big of a backlash there was to loot boxes. And like, not only did, Blizzard knee jerk and be like, oh yeah, we better get rid of them, but like Microsoft did too. All the Microsoft games lost microtransactions, all that kind of stuff. And now companies are bending over backwards to put loot boxes back in because they're kind of fun. Oh man.
Because they're kind of gambling, but yeah.
Yeah, they're kind of gambling. But look at Genshin. That's what the youngsters want, man. They want the gambling. They're all addicted to gambling, bro. You cannot have a game in 2025 that appeals to Gen Z if it doesn't have tons of gambling in it. It's just the way it is, bro.
Yeah. Well, back to what I was saying about Avowed was, I was surprised by the length. I do think if you just focused on the main story, it could be over somewhat quickly. Although I do wonder how that would go, because the way the game has its enemy system and its weapon upgrades, they're sort of tied together. So like none of the enemies in the game they don't scale to your level, right? But as you progress, the enemies get harder and harder, and your enemy, like your weapons outside of the unique stuff, the unique weapons are named and they'll have like special perks and they're cool, right? Like I had a fire sword, which was great, and then I eventually got a wand that like freezes people. But the basic stuff is like, oh, it's a fine wand, it's a fine sword, it's a fine this, and then eventually it's a superb this, superb that. There is an upgrade system, which, because a lot of the materials you'll get in the open world are tied to upgrading your abilities, and when you come across an enemy, they'll have a name, but it'll be highlighted in blue, or it'll be like highlighted in purple, or it'll be highlighted in red, or highlighted in gold for legendary. And basically what the game is trying to tell you is that your weapons and your armor need to be at the level, the minimum level of what they're at. So if they're blue and you got blue gear, you're good. But if they're purple and you have blue gear, your weapons will do less damage. And it makes this weird sound when you hit them, and then your teammates, your companions will say, you're going to need better gear, you're going to need a better sword, and then you'll actually take more damage. Like if a purple enemy hits you and you're wearing blue armor, you'll take I think it's like 35% more damage than you normally would. So
Is it irritating when the party members are saying that? Like, can you turn it off, or do they just keep going on and on? Because
I mean, they don't
that
say,
is kind of like a pet peeve of mine when NPCs start trying to give you advice all the time. It's like, shut the fuck up, I know.
They don't say it all. Like, they might say it once at the beginning of, if you're fighting 10 people and the first time you hit somebody, they'll say it, oh, I think you might need new weapons, but they don't keep on saying it. They might say it again in the next encounter. And it's not noticed anything I could, that I noticed that you could turn off in the menus, but they do. There is like a sound it makes. Like my wand would sound different hitting an enemy when it was under leveled, and obviously, like if it was like if an enemy was higher level than me than my armor, and I get hit, oh man, my health would be like whoop. So it's like there are visual indicators and audio indicators that you need to do something. So that's part of also the exploration. You find these chests, you get the you can upgrade at this party camp. Like they have this like crystal set up throughout the map, which is part of the fast travel network, where you set up a party camp. It's supposed to be, hey, we're on an adventure, and oh, it's the end of the night. Let's set up camp so everybody can sleep, and then everybody kind of tells stories. You can just sit there and listen to your companions talk to each other about stuff, and then you can ask them things about their life, and each one of the characters obviously has something from their past or something that they're trying to get over, and you'd be like, hey, how do you feel about this area? And if you ask Marius, who's the dwarf who's with you, he's like a guide. You can ask him, be like, anything interesting in the world, and he might tell you certain places to visit and stuff. And anytime like a big story beat happens, or you make a choice in a side quest, you'll notice on your screen that their icons will have an exclamation point over it. So next time you go to party camp, you can talk to them and have a conversation about stuff. And that's also where you cook food. Like you find a whole bunch of stuff in the world, and you can cook better food so they can, refill your health, refill your magic. Or a lot of the stuff in combat, like, raise your intelligence by 1. So like I remember in certain fights I would literally drink all the things I could, so I could have all the buffs possible in the game while going into a fight, right? Like more endurance or more maximum essence and stuff like that. It's also where you do your upgrades to your weapons. You find like for instance, like the wand, it's like there's 3 levels within a section, and then the next level up. So like fine to superb, you'd have to level it up 3 times within fine, and then now you can take it to the purple level. and those require like you need some branches and you need some mushrooms. And that world you're in, you'll find those things. But eventually, when you go from fine to superb, and now you have purple gear, that area you're in will no longer have purple. Won't have. You have to move to the next area to get the purple stuff. However, you can always like craft like 4 blue things make 1 purple thing, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of how you keep on going. Or you can sell all the stuff that you get and potentially just buy better gear at like each merchant in each area. But I didn't do that because once I found the weapons I like to use, I just kept with those weapons and just kept on upgrading them until I found like a unique of the weapon I liked. And then I was like, okay, I'm going to use this now and I'll start upgrading that. So, I mean, that's pretty much Avowed in a nutshell outside of the story, which the story never grabbed me, I'll say. Which is one of the reasons why like I'll say like when I started the game, I didn't like it. I wanted to turn it off. I probably was in a 5 or 6 range. I was just like, I don't know if I want to play this. But then I became really addictive about exploring the world and the combat and how much fun I was having. Jez, in the second area, I explored like everything before I even went and touched the main story because I just didn't even the main story never drew me in. It wasn't something that I was thinking about. And I know that's going to be different for every person. Like I knew nothing about the Pillars universe. I knew nothing about the lore, and it does have some interesting lore. I will say this after finding some of the things out in this game, there is some very interesting lore within this universe. But let's just say for the last RPG I played, like Starfield, right? I really, really enjoyed the faction quest line and especially the main story. I was always wondering, hey, you know, remember there's some big moments in the Starfield main story. I was like, okay, what's going to happen next? I need to get back to do this. I want to find out what the next thing that's going to happen. And there are some moments where there are shocking moments in Starfield where you're like, whoa, wait, that happened? Holy crap. I never got that in this game. There was never a point where I was like, I need to stop doing what I'm doing to continue on to see the next leg of the story happen. I was just happy doing what I was doing. So the story never pulled me in. And that's not to say the story's not good. It's just it didn't like, I don't know. It never excited me to just be like, okay, I need to find out what's going on, who these people are, what this voice in my head is, because there's like a voice that speaks to you from the very beginning of the game. So the main story for me was, yeah, it was okay. I mean, it was good. I just wasn't excited to ever really kind of like stop what I was doing to complete it. It is just, and I just remember in the second area, just how much fun I was having just exploring everything. And I literally like came across one of the bosses you fight in the main story and beat that person. So by the time I went and did the main story, and you're like, okay, we got to do this, this, and that, and the third, go talk to these people. It was like, this person was like, oh, I need this. Oh, I see you already have it. Give it to me. You know what I mean? Like, I like that, where it was like, you could do whatever, and I did this thing, and I fought this boss that I wasn't supposed to fight until the main quest line, but I already did it, because I had basically, you know, gone through the whole world.
Exploded.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like there aren't as many games that deliver that kind of dynamism when it comes to exploration and activating quest triggers and things like that. So like when it does happen, I tend to really appreciate it, or like over appreciate it perhaps in some regards, and also get really disappointed when it's not there. Like I feel like when I was playing Starfield, I felt a bit like you, where it was like there's some really great moments within the faction quests in that game. Like I can't remember off the top of my head the name of the faction, but that one faction which sort of had you hunting down like alien creatures, and
yeah,
it was
that
like,
was, I think, the UNC.
And
then your favorite, the Crimson Fleet.
Crimson Fleet was fantastic as well, and it was just like, but they were quite linear overall, except for like, save for like a couple of major decisions. I felt a lot of the time like I couldn't affect the outcome as much as I could in Pillars of Eternity or even the Outer Worlds or what in Exile's been putting together. And I think that is something that I would like to see Bethesda work to return to in the future.
Yeah.
But well, I have one question about Avowed,
Okay.
and that's like,
I
what's
do
the
think I
difficulty
do
like?
think you would like it.
Yeah, I think I will too.
Well, I mean,
Eventually.
there's I want to say there's 5 different difficulty levels. There's storyteller, which is like, hey, all you really care about is story. You don't need any combat challenge. I actually tried it out after I beat the game, and it's super easy. Like enemies die in one hit. Right? There's no challenge. It's like there for you just want to explore the world and see what the story is. There's easy. There's normal, which is what I played on. There's hard, and then there's like the super hard difficulty. So there's 5 difficulties for you to choose from, if depending on you know. I know on the super difficulty they say you got to be super tactical with stuff, and I did have a save. The game lets you, I had like 30 saves in the game because I wasn't sure, like, okay, what choices I'm gonna make and whatever. I had a save right at the end of the game, like right before you fight the final boss, and achievements didn't work while we were playing through the game because this was like this wasn't like your normal, hey, here's a code for the game and it's a review. They did different than they normally do. So I was like, and I noticed there was an achievement for beating the game on the hardest difficulty. So I like loaded up my save right at the very end, and I just switched it to the hardest
Oh,
difficulty to see if it would work, to see if it would cheese it. But it didn't. It only gave me the thing for beating the game. It didn't. So I was like, oh, so you'd have to play the whole thing over again from the hardest difficulty. But
you are so cheesy.
man, you gotta do
You
what you
did
gotta
that in
do,
Elden
bro.
Ring too.
I did not do that
Cheating.
for Elden Ring.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
But you used save scum to select different endings.
So they're just different endings. Who cares?
Yeah, it's cheating. You
No,
got to
it's
do it
not.
all from you got to play the whole game through,
I
bro.
certainly do not. I certainly don't. But yeah,
Well, okay.
I liked the game world. I think that's cool. And I did actually have me looking up like lore about Pillars of Eternity universe, because the god aspect of like there's like a bunch of gods in this game, and I was like, "Oh, that's really cool." I want to learn more about that, and I looked up a primer about like what happened in Pillars 1 and Pillars 2 and maybe how that relates to this. But yeah, consider me, I was pleasantly surprised with the game. I gave it an 8. I was super addicted for like a week, just exploring the world and having a blast with the combat and exploration. And, the story, it was fine. It wasn't something that ever really excited me to like, like get back to, but it did what it was supposed to do. So I think if you're someone who likes Obsidian games, you're going to love this. And I mean, if not, then hey, it's on Game Pass. You can check it out, see if it's your style game, if it's something that you're interested in. But yeah, I was kind of shocked by how much I ended up like sit there and be like, oh man, I can't wait to play Avowed today, and then spend like 6 hours just exploring everything in the world that the game had to offer. So
That's cool. I'm glad it seems to have done mostly well. I think Obsidian have kind of hit a level of consistency that I don't know, a lot of devs probably envy. It's almost like they haven't shipped anything super bad for a really long time. It's either just been sort
yeah,
of
all their
like,
games are basically in the 80s. Like if you go look at like South Park,
yeah,
Stick of Truth to Pentiment to Grounded to Outer Worlds to this Tyranny, like they're all in that 80 range. Like
it's just alpha protocol, isn't it? And that was probably not their
which is
fault
funny because I
necessarily.
actually really liked Alpha Protocol, but yeah,
Oh, really?
I mean a lot of people didn't. But now this
Yeah.
makes me like, oh, Outer Worlds 2. I'm gonna probably run through Outer Worlds 1 this year. But now it makes me curious to see what Outer Worlds 2 is gonna bring to the table.
I have heard very good things about Outer Worlds too.
Mm.
I think it is impressive how they're able to deliver consistently, regularly, and quite rapidly. I would argue, in terms of like total content delivery.
Yeah.
And yeah, there are trade-offs there. you know, like we talked about earlier with the facial motion capture and things like that. But at the same time, I kind of feel like you adjust to that kind of thing. Like I was playing Final Fantasy 1 and 2 recently, and it's like, yeah, they're old as hell, but you kind of adjust to it after a little while and you find the fun, you know. At least I do. Maybe I'm weird, I don't know.
Hmm.
But that isn't the only Xbox game you played recently, is it,
Yeah,
Rand?
well, let's talk about some other stuff, and I'll come back to South of Midnight.
Roger that.
Talk about that. You get some of these super chats here, and then we'll discuss some stuff.
That's good.
We got 4 anonymous atheists. Says Rand, any Killer Instinct rumors from you or Jez? I don't know.
Oh, Killer
Well,
Instinct.
Killer Instinct. So I think last week was it where Iron Galaxy had to lay off like 60 people.
Yeah.
And in a what they call it, like a life saving sort of
Layoffs round.
maneuver, right? And a lot of people had Iron Galaxy as the one pegged to be working on Killer Instinct 2, right? They came back and they did an update to Killer Instinct after all this time. And I feel like Xbox does want to make a Killer Instinct. I think Special Nick was out there saying there was one in development, but he didn't know who. And it was like, could it be a Japanese developer? Could it be Iron Galaxy? Because Iron Galaxy's game did get shut down, and I'm blanking on the name of it. Rumbleverse, I believe it was. So it definitely seemed like, oh, Xbox is looking for a developer. Suddenly, Iron Galaxy, the previous developer, is available. It seems like a good connection, but
yeah.
Maybe their Killer Instinct 2 pitch didn't go through, and that's the reason why they had to lay off a bunch of people.
I will say that fairly recently, someone at Xbox said they're still trying to get Killer Instinct 2 off the ground. And it's like, who's going to make it? And then I was kind of like, I was thinking, surely it's Iron Galaxy. But then Iron Galaxy came out with this round of layoffs, which suggests to me that they were hanging on for a pitch to go through at Xbox, and Xbox decided this isn't, the right dev for the game. And to be fair, as much as Iron Galaxy did shepherd Killer Instinct after Double Helix left, they were building the game on top of what Double Helix had made. And this would have been building a game all the way up from scratch. And do they have the expertise to really deliver what, fans are expecting from a sequel? Because I think Xbox is well and truly done making games like Redfall. They want every game to at least be sort of in the 80s, hopefully, which, would suggest that they don't necessarily want to make games unless they're certain it can reach a minimum level quality. They got so many games coming. I think they can afford to be picky and choosy about who makes what now. And I suppose if I had to guess, it's not going to be Iron Galaxy on Killer Instinct 2. It does seem like it's going to happen. I just don't know who's going to make it,
Yeah, I don't know.
I suppose this is probably something like, maybe there's some kind of crazy deal they could do with NetherRealm or Warner Brothers to make it happen, or maybe Bandai Namco's pitch, like you said, Special Nick. That was Special Nick's thing back in the day. I think it was Special Nick's thing. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but that was a rumor that like the Soul Calibur team might be making it or something like that. But Microsoft wants to do it. It's just about who's going to do it. Yeah. I think they should just make a new studio for it. Maybe.
Well, there is the whole stuff going on with Warner Brothers, and it really kind of seems that whoever's in charge over there, or at least been in the charge in the past, is definitely you saw these articles from Jason Schreier, right?
Yeah.
About how the Wonder Woman game is kind of been rebooted, and they already spent $100 million on it, and it's still years and years away from coming out in development. How Multiversus came out and then they had to shut it down, only to come back, only to then shut it down. How the stuff that happened with Suicide Squad and all the like things leading up to them even deciding to do that game, to it failing, and now them being back on a Batman game. I think there was stuff like Warner Brother Montreal where it was like, hey, what are you going to work on? And then they were going to work on a Flash game, but then WB canceled the Flash game because of the reception of the movie. But then there was also wanted to do a Constantine game, but then they said no. And, Warner Brothers owns, the Mortal Kombat and NetherRealm and stuff. So I've seen a lot of industry pundits suggest that Warner Brothers might just start selling off its studios piecemeal and just become kind of like Disney in a way of we're just going to license out our IP to people to make stuff. Because it definitely seems like Hogwarts Legacy was a Band-Aid to cover up all the problems that dev studios had over there because it made so much money, right? It made so much money, it just covered everything up. But now it's like, well, Hogwarts Legacy ain't selling anymore, and the sequel's probably years away, and there's been no DLC for it, which really seems like a bad planning at this point. Like, you sold how many copies of Hogwarts Legacy back in 2023? Right, it was 2023 when it came out.
And you got no upsell.
And there's you didn't have any DLC planned. I think there was that like Quidditch stuff, which became its own separate game, but that game bombed. And so you have like no DLC for any of this stuff, and it's been 2 years, and now you have all these new products, but Suicide Squad bombed, and you would imagine a Batman game from them would be great, but the co-founders of the studio, Sefton Hill and them, like they all left to form their new studio, which apparently, remember there was rumors that they signed with Xbox for their new game? And
do we know if that's true?
I don't know. I mean, there still hasn't been any like clarification or announcement that it's true, but I mean those were rumors. I think last year at some point that happened. So it's like the Rocksteady that made Suicide Squad and all that stuff isn't the same Rocksteady that everybody loves from Arkham Asylum or Arkham City or Arkham Knight, right? Look how long it took them go from Arkham Knight to Suicide Squad. That was like 9 years. And the same things happened with Monolith. Monolith shipped Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War, and Shadow of War came out in 2017, and it looks like Wonder Woman, they're staying is still like 3-4 years away. So, 3 years from now, it'd be 2028. You're looking at almost 10 years in between games. You look at like Warner Brothers, and it's like Hogwarts Legacy is basically just keep propped up that whole division. So you sort of wonder, is like if something like NetherRealm, which I think was on sale before, but even Mortal Kombat 1, I think kind of underperformed sales-wise. And there was talk that they canceled one of the DLC packs because of underperformance of the previous DLC pack.
Yeah.
So it's like you talk about, well, who do we get to make Killer Instinct? And I know like but it's like, if NetherRealm truly ever became available, or any of these other studios became available, like who would be lining up to buy it? And I'd be like, well, everybody always talks about, Xbox and the next acquisitions, which I always say I could see Xbox buying an individual developer, but I don't really see Microsoft buying a publisher anytime soon, if at all ever again. But NetherRealm might be one of those things where if they ever did become available, you probably have a lot of people making pitches for it or bidding for it because they are a premier developer. They have a strong IP, and it probably...
And there's history between NetherRealm and Matt Booty from the Midway days.
That is true. Damn, that is true. It's just sad to see the Warner Brothers stuff because they were making some good things, and it's just like, man, trying to turn these like studios into live service studios just does not work out. It didn't work out with Rocksteady, and there was even the reporting that Gotham Knights was supposed to be more live servicey than it was, and Gotham Knights didn't really seem to take off. And then what are they going to make? And it's, I don't know.
You got Veilguard bombing.
Yeah, Veilguard, which was originally supposed to be live service, and they shifted and into a single player thing, and it didn't do well. But I mean, that's EA. That's not Warner Brothers. I've seen, because like I said, I've seen some pundits being like Warner Brothers is gonna sell this stuff up, and then like Ubisoft, a lot of people think Ubisoft is really gonna start hurting soon because Assassin's Creed Shadows is coming, and if that game doesn't sell well, how bad is Ubisoft stock gonna drop, and is Ubisoft gonna have to start selling some things off to stay afloat?
They announced. I think I read today that Ubisoft announced a decrease in revenue by fairly large amount.
But they did say Assassin's Creed Shadows has pre-orders are tracking as well as Odyssey, which was like the second best-selling game, Assassin's Creed game. So I don't know.
Yeah.
They better hope Assassin's Creed Shadows sells really great, because I don't know what's gonna happen. Because they bet the farm on Assassin's Creed. Because according to Tom Henderson, they got like 10 Assassin's Creed games coming in the next 5 years.
They bet the farm.
I mean,
That's an interesting.
that's an expression, but yeah, they bet the farm on that stuff. So Killer Instinct, I think it'll happen. I don't know if it'll happen anytime soon. I don't know if Iron Galaxy was the studio that they had pegged to do it and their pitch didn't work out, and that was the reason why they laid off people, because it was like, oh crap, we didn't land the game with Microsoft. We need to go lean a little bit and get rid of some people. Or if the game's already in development somewhere else from a different studio. I do think we'll see Killer Instinct return. I'm just not sure when that's going to be. Face 23 BKNY says, with the 199, the console market reaches about 250 million people. Yes. And it's been like 250 million people for generations now. But it doesn't really kind of grow from there. And it does seem like PlayStation and Nintendo are grabbing the vast majority of those.
Yeah.
Where Xbox hardware is not really... It's not lighting the fire. Nobody really seems to want Xbox hardware very much right now.
No.
But that kind of segues into...
I do, though.
Your article. Where you basically... You basically say that Xbox has approved and costed up next-gen hardware recently. That it's basically been approved and it's coming, and they're going to, start... It was kind of pitched and, early R&D stuff, and now, boom, it's fully approved all the way up the chain to Satya, and they're gonna start mass producing the things probably next year, because I don't think it's like, I know there's a lot of people that hope it's 2026. I think you're looking at 2027 at the earliest.
Yes.
Who knows?
I think we'll see it revealed in 2026 though. Maybe even aspects of it get revealed this year, but I think we'll see a full reveal next year, and then we'll see the hardware drop for realsies next year. But yeah, that's what I wrote about it in the context of another kind of article that I was writing about reactions to Sony's state of play, and I just sort of started rambling into a discussion about random rumors that I've heard. For example, I've heard that Hellblade 2 is going to be on PlayStation potentially sooner than maybe some people thought. Like, I'd heard originally there was a plan for April from a couple of sources, but now I'm hearing that maybe it's a bit later than that because of giving Indiana Jones breathing space or whatever. So because Indiana Jones is
supposed to be coming in April.
Yeah, it's springish, isn't it? Right.
Yeah. Spring. Yeah. True.
So, I think for PlayStation fans who've been waiting for Hellblade.
Are there any PlayStation fans waiting for Hellblade? I mean, I know the first one was on the system, but it didn't really seem like a lot of. It didn't really seem like a lot of people were waiting for Hellblade 2 at all, for the most part.
I know I wasn't, but there were people who were waiting for Hellblade, and some people really, really like that game. I just for the life of me, can't figure out why they kept the icon puzzles in the game. But hey, I'm not a game developer. But anyways, yeah. So that was one thing I put in there. But the bigger thing I put in there was that I heard recently from a number of people that the project for next gen is now fully going ahead. So the way they typically do these things is they prototype them out. They work on a bunch of different ideas. We saw this with Brooklyn and the mid-gen, upgrade stuff, where it's like, how are we going to handle this? And, try different things, pitch a load of different things. And then they settle on one thing and then, goes up to Amy and Satya for approval. And that process has happened now, and now it's going full steam ahead, But, insofar as details, still working on investigating that. But yeah, it's looking, for people who thought that it was going to be cancelled, it doesn't look like it is going to be cancelled. But then again, remember the Surface Mini?
You always bring that
Rand.
up, but there's only just one time though. Remember the
The
Surface
Neo.
Mini?
Surface Neo as well was
Yeah.
cancelled. They announced
You know
that.
what those two
They
things
showed
have
it
in
off.
common?
They built them. What?
Surface.
Yeah, Surface doesn't make any money, but Xbox makes a lot of money. So Xbox is sticking around for at least one more generation. So
At least
yeah,
Xbox hardware is sticking around for hardware made by Xbox, because there's still going to be hardware made by third parties, which I do think we will see this year. A third-party OEM partner release Xbox branded hardware, probably a handheld with the
yeah.
Xbox logo and the Xbox button on it. Probably release sometime this year. Who knows when?
Aye, aye. The Microsoft had that designed for Xbox program, which they have released hardware under that banner before, such as what's it called now? The Razer Kishi V2 Pro Xbox Edition, which had the Xbox button on it and all that kind of stuff, and some Xbox integrations there, and also came with Game Pass, I think. So yeah, maybe Xbox branded Asus ROG or an Xbox branded Lenovo Legion Go. But it seems like Lenovo has partnered up with Steam for their sort of OEM kind of stuff. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. But as for tried and tested true Xbox hardware, that's on the way.
Yes.
But will anyone buy it?
I mean, that's the question. That is the question,
I'll buy
indeed.
it. I will buy it. Will you buy it, Rand?
I mean, most likely, but, if it's 2 years away, 2 years is a long time. We'll see.
We'll see.
We need to see what it is. We need to see what it can do, what the price point would be, the capabilities. Because remember, Phil did say in the interview with, I think it was Destin or Danny in Paris, was that they want to win on the capabilities of the console and the innovation and the buzzwords. Buzzwords and buzzwords. Obviously, we don't know what any of that means. It probably means AI in some form or fashion. Maybe the next we were always saying, what's the next Xbox going to be called? It's going to be called Xbox Copilot. Xbox powered by Copilot. 365.
Xbox 365 Copilot, yeah.
Yes. So
I do think there'll be a Copilot component to this.
Probably.
Like it or not.
So I don't know. I don't know if any of that stuff's gonna work out or what it's gonna entail or how it's gonna. But I would imagine it's gonna be there in some way, shape, or form.
I tell you something. I've actually found Copilot has a lot of good uses. To be completely fair to it, but the Copilot integration in Outlook is really awesome because it's like I get a lot of emails in German, and my German ain't great. It's improving, but it's not great. But Copilot will just be like, "Oh yeah, translate that for you, no problem." Oh, thanks, Copilot.
But what if the translations
do
was
something
wrong though?
Oh shit, yeah, I suppose.
Because sometimes these AI things can be wrong about stuff. So
they sure can. Like the email says something like, "You owe us $1 million because of you didn't pay I don't know, a customs charge or something, and now the bill's rolled over 5 times." And then Copilot's like, "Oh, this email's about your recent purchase on Amazon or something." It's like, "Oh, thanks, Copilot." Even though like my life's falling apart around me. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens. I suppose there'll be up-res scaling, all that kind of stuff. There'll probably be an NPU in the box. It'll be really interesting to see what they can pull out of the bag to make the hardware proposition compelling, because with exclusives no longer being exclusive on Xbox, you kind of have to look beyond for your unique selling point. For whatever reason, Game Pass isn't it. Like people aren't flocking to buy Xbox for Game Pass.
Value
I think we both
sexy,
agree
bro.
that, right?
That's what I always said to you.
Value ain't sexy.
Ain't sexy.
I think there are some people who are like, I'll just get Game Pass and whatever, but I'll get it for Game Pass, or we get a Series S for Game Pass. I know at least a few people that have done that. And people picked it up for college football. And I was speaking to an analyst today, Rhys Elliott on Blue Sky. He's a video game analyst. I can't remember the name of his company off the top of my head, but he's quite a prominent video game analyst. And he was saying Xbox has a real opportunity with Grand Theft Auto to sell the Series S, because the Series S will be the cheapest way to get the game. And if Microsoft can if Microsoft cares to market that fact or get with Rockstar
how
to
are they
market that
able
fact.
to market that fact when you know without a shadow of a doubt that Sony's going to have the marketing of Grand Theft Auto 6? So I don't
Yeah,
know.
but like Microsoft could, if they were so inclined, outbid Sony under every single circumstance, I think. But they evidently aren't inclined to do that. They don't feel like it's worth the cost of acquisition. But I mean, you know, is that Microsoft just sort of giving up and all that kind of stuff? There's all those debates around it, but we'll see what happens. You know, I'm in my optimism mode with regards to Xbox hardware.
You
At
know, it's
least.
funny because Take-Two, when he's speaking about Grand Theft Auto, Take-Two had their financial report, and they still confirmed that, you know, it's on track for 2025. And, you know, we're going to talk about the state of play because a lot of the games at the state of play were coming to Xbox. So we're going to talk about, like, you know, any ones you're excited about. But one of the things that happened at the state of play was Borderlands 4, a game which I think is published by 2K, which is owned by Take-Two, which is a studio they purchased because, you know, Embracer was having all those issues.
Mm.
They gave a release date of September 23rd, or right around there. So, in my mind, when that happened, I was thinking to myself, "Ooh, that narrows the window for Grand Theft Auto 6 quite a bit," because I think we'd all know Grand Theft Auto 6 ain't. They've reiterated that's coming out in fall, because I've seen people say, well, maybe it comes out in July or August. Motherfucking Grand Theft Auto 6 is not releasing in August. Or July. You know what I mean? This is Grand Theft Auto 6. It ain't releasing in August. And they said fall. And fall is basically what? Like September, October, November, December timeframe. And since Grand Theft Auto...
December's winter, surely.
Well, December, yeah. So they're not going to release Grand Theft Auto 6 in December either, right? So you can get rid of August and you can get rid of December. It's not releasing before then, and it's not releasing in December. So you have 3 months. You have September, you have October, and you have November. Now, the problem is Borderlands 3 is their game, or Borderlands 4 is theirs game. So they're not going to intentionally hurt their own game for any reason. So you're not going to release... You're not going to release Grand Theft Auto 6.
It's a good job it's not EA we're talking about here.
Right, but I'm just saying, you're not going to intentionally harm your own release by putting the biggest release in gaming, which is what Grand Theft Auto is going to be. I've said it from the start. Whenever that game comes out, it's going to be heralded as the biggest media release of all time. From movies, TV shows, books, whatever, gaming. They'll label it as the biggest media release ever. And it'll hit those marks. They're not going to release it in the beginning of September because Borderlands comes out after, and people aren't going to care about Borderlands because Grand Theft Auto's out, right? And you can't release it right after Borderlands because it would just cut off the legs of the game. It would be like, oh, we sold some copies. Oh, now we're not selling anymore because nobody cares about it. So to me, it's like that just leaves the window of maybe a month later, so end of October and November as potential release time frames of Grand Theft Auto 6. So it'd be like October 20th or like the beginning of November before Black Friday. And that's it. Because it's not releasing in December, and it's not releasing anytime before... it's not releasing in December, it's not releasing anytime before September. So, I don't know. When I saw that release date, my first thought, Jez, was, oh, Grand Theft Auto is 2026. But then again, it could release in November and just dominate everything, and everybody's gonna, run scared. But yeah, I mean, originally I thought, oh well, maybe Grand Theft Auto 6, if it released in this fall, could be September because Grand Theft Auto 5 relaunched in September. But with Borderlands 3 taking that spot, it kind of was like, yeah, they're not gonna do that. So you're kind of narrowing the window, and I don't know, it sort of seems like the industry thinks the game's not coming this year anyways. So that's kind of what I feel too. On top of that. Nate Dogg with the $4.99 says, Jez, what do you think about Obsidian building their Fallout Dream Team? Hiring John Gonzalez. What have you heard about the franchise recently?
I did see that they'd hired the New Vegas chap.
But he did say he's
But
not working on anything Fallout related, yeah?
didn't he just say it's not Fallout New Vegas related?
Well, I think that's what he said. So
What
I
if
guess potentially it could be a Fallout 5 or something else Fallout related. So
Fallout London,
it's like, oh,
baby?
you said you're just not working on Fallout New Vegas 2. Haha, we got you.
We got you.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe it's. But either way, like clearly, the pedigree of writers they're trying to put together is pretty damn legendary. So I'm pretty excited about that. I have no idea what's going on with Fallout though. I'm pretty sure after the TV show blowing up, it was probably a DEFCON 1 moment for them and being like, damn, we kind of screwed up by not having a deliverable here. But it is
Well, I
what it
mean,
is.
they didn't have a remaster of any of the older games. I mean, sure, there's Fallout 76, and I wonder.
Fallout 4 had a sort of remaster.
So this sort of remaster-ish. I think, what do we have? Probably another year before Fallout. I think they're filming Fallout Season 2 right now. So I would imagine we won't see Fallout Season 2 until 2026. Will they have anything ready by then? Probably not.
Yeah.
Maybe they could get a Fallout 3 remaster in time because there were rumors that they're working on one. But I think they went with Oblivion first. Because the Oblivion 20th...
Isn't someone else rumored to be handling Oblivion?
I think it was the Virtuous Studio, but I think the thing was like they were going to be doing both, but they were going to do Oblivion first and then do Fallout.
Right.
So I wonder if they were like, let's do Oblivion first because 2025 is going to be the 20th anniversary of Oblivion, and then we'll get to Fallout afterwards. But now, they're already working on it, knee deep in it, and it's like, oh, Fallout became super big, and you can't just be like, well, cancel everything Oblivion related. Let's get a Fallout 3 remaster ready. And clearly, the Bethesda team, they're still doing stuff with Avowed, and Elder Scrolls is next. So they're not going to be ready with the Fallout 5. And even if you want to say, okay, well, Obsidian will take over. Okay, well, they just shipped Avowed. And I think they're doing DLC. And Outer Worlds is coming out at the end of this year. So even if you did take a situation where the Avowed team starts doing Fallout, or let's just say the Outer Worlds 2 team starts doing Fallout immediately, there's no way any of those, like, the games released before 2030, considering how long these games take to make these days. So we might be into Season 3, potentially Season 4 before any new, unless they hired somebody else,
maybe even Season 5,
completely outside the Xbox first party network studio, and they hired somebody completely different to work on it. I don't know, but if you're working within the studio stuff, or like Obsidian or In Exile, like, yeah, I don't know. It's just it took them by surprise, and they just weren't ready for it. So we'll see. I don't know. I guess it's possible. You could be in like Fallout Season 4 and still not have like Fallout 5 yet. Or maybe that's really Fallout Season 4 is the end, and then it leads into Fallout 5 the game. Huh? How I think that would work.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, because in a way, the TV show is Fallout 5, in a way. But yeah,
because he did.
It's
Todd
crazy
did
they
say
didn't have something
not
lined
to
up
do
for
some stuff because they were saving it for Fallout 5
for the game. Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe it leads into that. We got Joaquin Branch. Is Overwatch saved Jez with the 199? Because everybody talks about how Marvel Rivals basically destroyed Overwatch, bro. It's done. It's dead.
Yeah.
Is that true?
No, I've heard that Overwatch is trucking along, but Overwatch, obviously Joaquin's referring to Overwatch having a big overhaul. So Overwatch is getting a new mode that's similar to Call of Counter-Strike and Valorant, where it's like it's round based, and then you buy abilities and stuff like that. They're also doing perks where you can customize the heroes a little bit more deeply and change up the play style, which should bring some fresh life to the meta. New hero coming. It certainly seems like they're not giving up and they're not doing it, not taking it lying down. And there's also 6v6 queue coming back and all that kind of stuff. It's kind of funny, like how much of a total failure Overwatch 2 as an entity was, because it's like if it wasn't for them sort of alienating Jeff Kaplan and making an Overwatch 2 and sort of not delivering anything they set out to deliver with Overwatch 2, I think Overwatch would be in a much better place right now. But they sort of almost had to take it back to the drawing board. But, you know, I'm someone who thinks that even at its lowest, Overwatch 2 is still better than Marvel's Rivals. I think Marvel Rivals or whatever it's called. I think it feels janky and low quality, to be quite honest.
But it's got
compared to
IP.
Overwatch.
It's got the skins, bruh.
Yeah, it's got thick skins and all that kind of stuff. So
people love it. People love the
kids
skins.
like it. The kids like it.
And the dev studios are just doing. They said they were gonna do a rollback on the rank stuff, and then people complained, and then they were like, "We're not doing that." And everyone's like, "You're the best. You're way better than Blizzard and Overwatch."
Yeah, it's so funny that people don't talk about that game without mentioning Overwatch. It's kind of like Path of Exile. Like, people don't talk about Path of Exile 2 without mentioning Diablo. And it's like, shouldn't these games be able to stand on their own? You know?
No.
But Curry Cosmos in chat says, I'll always prefer Marvel Rivals because of third person. Well, Curry, I've got good news for you, because the new Stadium mode for Overwatch 2 is in third person, which I think is also an interesting change, because that's what people want to see. They want to see their skins, you know.
They want to see their characters, bro.
Yeah, I think that's completely fair, you know. But the new Stadium mode does sound interesting. It'd be interesting to see if it actually does well. It seems like it's actually cribbing a bit on Halo 5 Warzone back in the day, where it's like round based, and then you kind of buy perks to make your character more powerful and stuff like that. Seems quite interesting. Third person though, we'll see how it does. But yeah, is Overwatch saved? Jury's out on that one.
Well, what about your Diablo 4? Because Rod Ferguson basically said at GDC that next expansion won't be till 2026. How does that make you feel?
Yeah,
that seems seems like a long time.
I ain't even got around to. I played through the expansion for review, and then Blizzard, you know, wiped the characters from the review server, so I had to start again. But I just never got around to it. So I haven't played the new expansion yet, really, not properly, because I was like, oh man, do I really want to do all that again after just doing it? Probably not. Got other stuff to play, and I just haven't gone back to it since. So, yeah, I do know that I kind of feel like the most recent X pack for Diablo was received pretty well, but I also feel like with Diablo, a lot of the things that they wanted to do with Diablo, where it was like slow down the combat, make it more methodical and more sort of dungeon crawly rather than arcadey, a lot of those design principles have just completely rolled back and rolled away. And now it is back to basically being Diablo 3 with better graphics, where it's like, it's all about the rapidity. It's not really about dungeon crawling anymore. It's just about killing shitloads of enemies as fast as possible. All the immersion's gone out the window. It's all about speed. Not about gameplay anymore. Not about immersion. Not about the atmosphere and all that kind of stuff. Which is why I think a lot of people do look to Path of Exile to really deliver that Diablo 2 kind of experience. Whereas, you know, the Diablo audience today just basically wants Diablo 3 again, which is fine. It is what it is. But that's the problem with some of these legacy franchises. The player base starts getting split in two, where it's like you got people who want the game to be a certain way, and then another bunch of people who want it to be a different way. You know, you see with Halo, obviously. Remember, we talked a lot about like everyone bitching about them adding sprint or aim down sights and whatever and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Yeah,
I don't know that World of Warcraft's doing well. New season coming up soon. Looks pretty good.
And Onyx Gaming with the 2 says Jez, StarCraft 3 with a crying emoji. I guess he wants info about StarCraft 3.
I have no clue on StarCraft 3. I hope it's a thing and I hope it happens, but it's the team that made StarCraft no longer exists. So like they'd have to really start from scratch. Does Blizzard have the bandwidth for it? I don't know.
I don't know.
There is that rumored Far Cry like StarCraft shooter, but as for like a proper RTS, man, I don't know, man. But Microsoft are out here porting Age of Empires to PlayStation.
Yeah, that was the other thing that happened was they announced what Age of Mythology coming to PlayStation in March.
Yeah.
And that Age of was Empires 2 Definitive Edition would come at some point this year.
Yeah.
I don't know. I know Microsoft is all about like, okay, we're gonna put our games everywhere, but I just really Age of Mythology and do people on console really care about those games? Seem like more PC stuff to me, right?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure that those games are going to sell particularly well, but
I think your
know
article
better.
that you had mentioned is that Xbox might publish more things than on PlayStation than PlayStation will this year, as you know.
That was Ryan McCaffrey who said that, and I quoted him.
Okay.
I quoted him into an article because I thought it's a good reaction. That tweet went viral a bit. So I was like, yeah, I'm slapping that in the headline. Thanks, Ryan. I needed something to write. I got to quote it, man. But yeah, that was an interesting reaction. Because that was one of the criticism we started playing, wasn't it? That there wasn't much exclusivity there, ironically.
Yeah.
For PlayStation.
Well, the thing is, like, Microsoft has a lot of games they could port over there, but also, like you mentioned, like, Hellblade 2 might come in April, but it may not, because maybe Indie's supposed to come in April, and then we already know Forza Horizon 5 is supposed to come in spring. So it's like, we talked about GTA 6 and what, how, like, they need to make sure that Borderlands 3 is not impacted by it because it's its own game, and I sort of wonder if Microsoft is going to have a same issue because, you're going to want to be on the Switch 2 at launch with some games, right? But then you're also probably going to be like, we also want to put this stuff on PlayStation, but if you're releasing, say, like a Halo Master Chief Collection and a Forza Horizon 5 and like an Indiana Jones or whatever within a short time frame, is that really the best course of going about it? Because, there's only so many people and they only have so much money. There's like no Game Pass equivalent on any of those platforms where if you release, hey, we're releasing Halo Master Chief Collection this day, coincided with the release on Switch 2, but then we also want to release Forza Horizon 5 as well. But then it's like, there's, like I mentioned, like even though there's a lot of users, they may not have the money to buy all that stuff. So I sort of wonder if like they need to think more about scheduling their things better, because I think it would be like a wrong idea to be like, hey, this week's Indiana Jones and next week's Hellblade 2. I feel like at that point, if you start really stacking stuff on top of stuff, it's just really gonna harm some of the later games, or I don't want to say lesser games, but the ones that don't have as much hype behind them, or right? I don't know. Do you feel that a way too? Like Microsoft needs to really think about spreading the releases out more for maximum efficiency and return, rather than like, let's just release a cluster of them in a couple months?
Well, I mean, this is like goes back to what I heard about Hellblade, right? Like they were originally thinking about it for April, and then maybe they weren't, maybe they still are. I don't know. I don't think Microsoft does think about spreading things out, but I don't know. I don't know if they do it so strategically that it sort of supersedes everything. Maybe sometimes I just want to get something out the door, bring a little bit of revenue in for the studio specifically.
Right.
I don't know. Microsoft works in mysterious ways. I'd love to be a fly on the wall and see like how they make some of these decisions, because sometimes it's baffling, But then they've got access to data that we never will have access to, which makes it tough to really get an accurate picture about the way they think about some of this shit.
Hey, take a couple questions. My mouse is literally about to die, so I gotta charge it really quickly. So,
What do you need your mouse for?
well, I need the mouse to do a lot of stuff. Eventually, like end the podcast or whatever. So I need to charge it. I didn't know it was gonna die, and it's basically about to die. So give me like 2 minutes.
Oh my god. Just plug it in. Oh my god. What is he like? This is professional podcasting here, yo. Give me some questions, chat, while we wait for Rand to charge his mouse. Oh my god. Oh my god. Man, I wish I could tell you guys about the game I'm playing right now. Oh, Watcha says Rand is a PC bot. Yeah. You're a PC gamer, bro. Oh my god, Turl73. How are you today, Jez? I am very good. I'm doing well. Thank you very much, friend. I'm doing good. How are you doing? Fuzzy Tomato says, Jez, where is Final Fantasy Tactics? I did see that Nate the Hate said recently that there is a remake of Final Fantasy Tactics on the way. This was news to me. I didn't know that they were working on this. So that's interesting. Cameron Partlow says, Jez just got real quiet. Did Rand turn me down? I don't know. Rand muted Jez. Oh, that's wonderful. That is absolutely wonderful. What's Rand doing, man? I'm going to have to edit this afterwards. Did Rand accidentally end the podcast? Can you guys hear me? Turn myself up a bit. Just quiet. I don't know. Oh my god, Turls says, are you excited for WrestleMania? I am excited for WrestleMania, although I don't know. I'm interested to see what they do with some of the peeps in it. I'm not a big fan of Roman Reigns and the way he dominates.
Dude, you
like,
you need to acknowledge the tribal chief.
No, I refuse. Rand, everyone says that I'm quiet again. Have you got some kind of like automatic volume changer on me or something?
Yeah, see, the mouse changed things, so I'm putting you back up. Must have been when it died. It moved it over. Yeah, the reason I did this is because my front two USB ports were taken up by something, so I had to take the USB port in the back to charge the mouse.
You went in through the back door.
Went in through the back door, but no, you should be fine now. Because yeah, I noticed that when it died, accidentally moved it all the way back down to where you were quite low. So, but you should be fine now.
Yeah. Okay, good. That's good. But where were we, Rand? Where were we?
I believe we were talking about. What were we talking about?
I don't know.
We were talking about Diablo in 2026. We were talking about Take-Two. We were talking about Xbox games and if they need to space them out, and if they would actually release more games on PlayStation than PlayStation would publish games on PlayStation. And that whole stuff. Which then what did you think of the PlayStation outage from the other week?
Oh yeah, the PlayStation outage. It was quite prolific, wasn't it? Super Bowl weekend. It was down for 14 hours, I think, if I remember correctly.
It's a long time to be down. Right? It's a long time to be down.
Yeah,
especially with no real explanation outside of something operational happened.
Yeah, I have heard that Super Bowl weekend is actually a really busy time for Xbox, which would indicate to me that it's a busy time for PlayStation too, right? Because everyone's hanging out with family, and when they play games during halftime apparently and stuff like that. So I would surmise, if I had to guess, that probably just an influx of traffic knocked it over, or maybe killed the login server or something like that. But what it sort of slammed home to me was like, with Xbox relying on PlayStation more than ever for their revenue, when PlayStation goes down, that costs Microsoft millions of dollars potentially, or hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Everybody money.
Yeah, exactly. But it's like, if you don't have your own platform, which increasingly Xbox doesn't seem to think is going to be, long-term viable. Yeah, which Satya historically didn't think he needed a phone platform, and now Google is going to dominate them with AI.
Bobby Kotick was in your interview recently said he told Kotick, or Kotick told Satya he shouldn't be in gaming. I don't know if you saw that.
Kotick told
Bobby
Satya.
Kotick has been on the interview circuit for whatever reason, so I sort of wonder if his NDA contract with not talking about the stuff has kind of expired, because yeah, like Joaquin has a super chat here saying, according to Kotick, Phil was almost hired as the CEO of ABK. I guess he said in an interview basically like he wanted Phil to be a successor, and I guess this was like when Xbox One launch happened and it was like a disaster. I guess like he was gonna go to ABK and Kotick was gonna groom him as his successor there, but Phil was tapped for the promotion to head of Xbox, and Phil didn't go. At least that's according to this interview. But yeah, in this interview, basically was saying that like he first was approached by like Satya and them about like selling ABK back in 2020 when they were gonna like jointly buy like TikTok or something back in 2020, if you remember that. And then Kotick really doesn't believe in Game Pass. Because he talked about that, and yeah, he mentioned that he went to Satya. I don't know the time frame or when it was, but I think when Satya took over all Microsoft, so like 2014, 2015, like Kotick went to him and be like, "You need to get out of gaming." So I don't know. Apparently, there's a lot of stuff I don't know if you've. Apparently, there's a lot of good tidbits in this Bobby Kotick interview that happened recently.
Joaquin was telling me to watch that, but I've just been super busy. I guess I'll get someone on it. But yeah, that's interesting. I suppose there is all sorts of things that could have happened in another timeline, one way or another. But kind of glad we ended up in this one in terms of like what happened with Activision Blizzard. Kotick, I was like, I'm someone who's tracked Blizzard for like the last 20 years, and it's really evident how Blizzard started changing for the worse when Kotick was involved.
Oh, he also said something about along the lines of Blizzard had a lot of really cool projects in development, and when Xbox took them over, Xbox canceled a few of them, and Bobby didn't understand why.
Yeah, the survival game, I guess he's talking about.
And Bobby wanted to apparently he wanted to be the lead on the next Xbox hardware. Because he said it was
Kotick?
something he's like never done before. Yeah, because he's saying like Microsoft had nothing for him to do. Like, obviously he said leave, but like they asked him what he wanted to do or what he thought about doing, and he's like, well, I've never built hardware before, so I want to build the next Xbox. And
I just randomly. Yeah.
Apparently.
Okay, that's interesting.
I haven't listened to the interview. This is like what I was being told was said in the interview, so.
Fair enough. That's intriguing. I don't know. It's fun to think about what could have been. I remember like I saw the gameplay of that game. I wish I'd sort of kept it and saved it, but I didn't bother keeping the footage. But it's kind of a shame now thinking that it was cancelled. Obviously at the time I never would have expected it was going to be cancelled. Because it looked really good from what I could tell. Maybe hopefully someday some footage will come out and we can have a look at it.
Yeah, it does seem to happen sometimes. Cancel games, just all of a sudden they'll pop up. Like the most recent, like Transformers online game, it was like canceled by Saber or one of those studios, and suddenly a whole like 20-minute playthrough popped up, and people are like, "Really? They canceled this?" So that does seem to happen from time to time about stuff.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I want to talk about. Did you pay attention to any of the state of play stuff?
I didn't have time, and it was it was late at night for me. I mean, obviously I know about the games that were announced, but I didn't watch the actual show itself.
Right.
So you're gonna have to regale us with your take on that.
I thought it was okay. I thought it was. I mean, granted, 22 of the 27 things shown there are coming to Xbox, so it was one of those things where it was like, okay, everything pretty much here is. I'll be playing, and they did reveal a new game from Housemarque, which I think I've pretty much said Returnal is my favorite PlayStation exclusive of this generation. So, Housemarque is putting out Saros, which is not Returnal 2, but sort of seems like it's going to be Returnal-esque. With the way,
Returnal-esque.
yeah, and that's coming next year. So I was like, okay, that's cool. But I mean, they had like something like 27, 28 games. I figured would talk about some of them. I mean, Monster Hunter Wilds, I don't care about. I know you care about. I know it's going to be your game of the year because it just is. It's Monster Hunter. You, any flaws that are in that game, you'll just wipe away like it's nothing.
Yep,
and anything that might be like good, you'll say is the greatest thing of all time. So, that led up the show.
I'm a simple man. Give me monsters to hunt, and I will hunt them.
Then we got a look at Shinobi Art of Vengeance, which is coming out August 28th, and it looks really cool.
That's from the team that made
I think Streets of Rage 4.
Streets of Rage, yeah.
Dotemu, I think.
.emu, yeah.
But man, it looks really cool. Unfortunately, August 28th is also the release date of Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater, and that's the one I want to play because I think Metal Gear Solid 3 is my favorite Metal Gear. Although
mine too, but I'm always nervous about remakes. Like I was nervous about Silent Hill. Is that actually going to be good, or they're going to fuck it up? Thankfully, they didn't fuck it up. Yeah, it was good.
But do you remember, like
maybe they
in the reviews of like Silent Hill or the reviews of like Astrobot or any of these games, like nobody complained that it didn't reinvent the horror genre, but they still got good reviews, huh? But Avowed got jocked because it didn't reinvent the fantasy RPG genre. Interesting. What'd you say?
That's weird. That's weird. That's weird, bro.
Yeah,
why is that, right?
I don't know.
Could it be the Xbox tax?
We got a look at Sonic Racing Cross Worlds, which is one of those arcade racers with a whole bunch of stuff. They have a closed network test coming on February 21st. I haven't really played any. I don't know, these games. I know people like them, but like that Smash Brothers style, like super arcade racers with characters, I don't know. They never really appealed to me. But I know they're pretty popular, and people probably really like this. We got a trailer for Digimon Story Time Stranger, and that's all I'll say. Digimon, who cares? Lost Soul Aside, which is one of the games that PlayStation is publishing this year. Man, this game's been talked about for a long time. I think it's from a Chinese developer. It looks pretty cool. That comes out sometime in May. Like a Dragon, Pilot Yakuza, I think we talked about earlier. Dave the Diver. For whatever reason, Dave the Diver's still not on Xbox. It's kind of one of those things where you'd be like, you figured by now it would be, but they get some DLC. WWE 2K25 with the trailer for The Island of Relevancy, Jez, because Roman Reigns acknowledge your tribal chief. I don't know.
So overrated, bro.
I don't know why you don't acknowledge him.
I don't acknowledge wrestlers that have only got 3 moves, bro.
So you don't acknowledge anybody then?
A lot of wrestlers do more than 3 moves. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Did you end up watching the Royal Rumble?
I did, yeah.
What'd you think?
It was good. I liked seeing Seth Rollins stomp on Roman Reigns' head.
That wasn't very nice of Seth.
It's quite mean. It's quite brutal, actually. But Jey Uso winning has been proven controversial online.
Yeah, the
marks don't like it.
The wrestling community doesn't like Jey, but everybody else in the real world who goes to the shows and pays for tickets love him. So
yeah, it is impressive. Like when he's coming out, he commands the entire audience, and everyone's sort of having a good time and whatever. It is painful when you're watching it live. And it's like, and then they've started doing an encore now. So they do like 5 minutes of yeeting, and then they do an encore for another minute. It's like, oh, come on. I got things to do. Get to the punching.
Hey, man, people paid a lot of money for those tickets. Let them yeet.
Yeah, it's fine. Kids love it, And like, yes. I think back to when I was a kid, and, I would be sad if it didn't give me the yeeting. So I can endure it, but I still like it. It's a good product. The product's good right now. So, did you see Liv Morgan's injury?
She got busted open. Yeah.
Yeah, really nasty. Like her whole face is swollen. Poor Liv.
It happens, man.
Poor Liv. Poor Liv.
We already talked about this, but Borderlands 4 had a launch date trailer, September 22nd, and we used that to discuss when Grand Theft Auto was releasing as like clues, like we're a mystery solving
sleuthing
podcast.
around.
Like,
it's a mystery solving podcast.
Now,
do you care about Borderlands?
I did at one point. I really liked Borderlands 1 and 2 a lot, but Borderlands 3 I felt was nowhere near as good as the previous two. So am I excited for 4? I mean, I'm sure I'll probably play it, but I was super excited for 3 based off the pedigree of the first two. So 3 being a disappointment to me kind of does seep into how I feel about this one. You know, they did say they're going to have another state of play specifically for Borderlands 4. And I'll watch that one and see, because it comes down to the characters and their moveset and stuff. And I think maybe the reason I didn't like the Borderlands 3 outside of the lame villains was because the character I picked was just awful. It was the girl that turned into the mech, called down the mech, and I thought like in the trailers that looked so cool, but actually choosing that character and playing as it was anything but cool. So I think in these games where you have 4 separate characters that do different things, there's going to be one that's really cool and one that's really crappy. And unfortunately, I picked the crappy one, so that kind of colors how I feel about Borderlands 3.
Fair enough.
But there's no doubt, that Borderlands 4 is going to be a big game. I mean, I think 3 came out in 2019, so it's been 6 years, right? 6 years? Yeah, 2025, 2019. So there's going to be a lot of hype for this. But yeah. Another game I'm really, really looking forward to because of It Takes Two is Split Fiction, which comes out really soon. It comes out at the beginning of March. I cannot wait to play this game. I had a blast playing It Takes Two. It won Game of the Year in 2021, and this looks like a bigger version of it with like more really cool co-op things that maybe they couldn't do in It Takes Two that they're doing in this one. Plus, it has the whole fantasy sci-fi element going for it. I'm like super pumped for this game. I can't wait to play it. They also announced. Have you played any of the dark picture games like Man of Medan?
No, I haven't.
Like the Supermassive games, they have this like whole. I don't know, what would you call them? Movie games. It's very like light on game, like narrative adventure games. Well, they have a new one coming out this year called Directive 8020, set in space. And I'm a sucker for sci-fi. And, the trailer is pretty cool, but I also know it's like, yeah, I know how these dark picture games play. It's a lot of cutscenes, a lot of choices, which I'm perfectly fine with. Jez hates that for some reason.
I do hate it.
But I'm always down.
I just want to interact with my video games,
Yeah. Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic, one of the games that, like Lost Soul Side, is exclusive to PlayStation. The Midnight Walk, same thing. Really cool looking game. Handcrafted dark fantasy adventure. I might have to play that when it does come out. It did look pretty cool. Darwin's Paradox with the octopus. The game with the octopus. Inside or Limbo with an octopus. I don't care. That game looked cool, and it's coming to Xbox. Warriors Abyss, which was a game that shadow dropped the day of the show. What'd you think? Did you see anything about this? Have you?
I did not see that.
Seen anything?
I did not see that.
So you're saying you also didn't see the new trailer for Amanusha, Way of the Sword?
I didn't actually,
bro.
I'm out of the loop, bro.
What are you doing? It was really good.
I don't know what I'm doing.
They also announced Amnesia 2 Samurai's Destiny, which is coming out May 23rd.
HD, yeah?
Yeah, a remaster. But man, the new Amnesia game looks really cool. Coming out next year. Got me really excited. Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater with the release date of August 28th. I sort of wish It had some space between Shinobi, because Shinobi's a game I want to play. But Metal Gear Solid is just gonna. God, that game was so good, bro. And it's been so long since I played. I mean, obviously I'll know the plot motions and how everything goes, but it's been such a long time since I played Metal Gear Solid 3 that I'm like, yeah, I really can't wait to play this. Hell is Us dropped their release date, which is September 4th. And the trailer is great. It's got this post-apocalyptic sci-fi vibe. I even saw some of the developers talking about how this is like their homage to Annihilation, which is a book, a science fiction book I read last year. And I can definitely
not
see
more
it.
books.
Yeah, I can definitely see it in the characters. It kind of is giving me a little bit of oh god, what was that? It's like it was like a Souls-like that was made a few years ago that had a sequel, Jez. It was like science, and the whole thing was like you could rip off parts of enemies' bodies, like their legs or their arms. You kind of had like I'm drawing a blank on what that game was, but it sort of resembled that, but in like a different way. So it definitely kind of looks like it's a Souls-like. But I really like the aesthetic of Hell is Us. Hey, one of the games that you really liked, Lies of P, is finally getting its DLC, an expansion called Lies of P Overture, which is coming, I believe, this summer, Jez. You like Lies of P, right?
I mean, in theory, I played about 2 hours of Lies of P, and it's one of my eternal backlog games, bro.
Mm. Yeah, I have that in my backlog too, and I do want to play it at some point. So maybe I'll get around to it around the time this expansion comes out. Dreams of Another, which is a game from Pixel Junk where you use weapons to create things, which is an interesting premise. I believe this one is exclusive to PS5 and PC. Days Gone Remastered, which is such a weird thing to do.
Really?
Yeah, well, because from all accounts, they have no plans on ever doing like a Days Gone 2. So it's like, what's the point of doing a remaster of Days Gone?
Easy money?
Yeah, I suppose everything's about money at the end of the day, and they are adding a horde mode and stuff, but I sort of feel like if you're going to do remasters of stuff, it's in service of, hey, let's get people interested in the next thing we're doing from this franchise. From all accounts, they aren't doing anything with the franchise. So outside of just let's just do this to make some money, I don't really understand the point. And it wasn't like Days Gone was highly rated. I mean, that's one of the reasons why they didn't move on with the sequel, because it was like in the 70s, and it was like kind of the black sheep of PlayStation and the and their first party releases back then. Like everything else was coming in like 90s or high 80s, and this one came in at the 70s. So I also think it's funny that they remaster this, but not the one game that all the PlayStation fans want to be remastered. You know what I mean? Like, where's Bloodborne? Like, so when you remaster Days Gone, which I don't
It's
know,
never coming, bro.
well, if you remaster Days Gone, but nobody's really asking for it, but literally everyone is demanding that you remaster Bloodborne, but you do the one that nobody wants, it's like, how do you think people are supposed to react? Plus,
Who was it who said that? I think it was Yoshida who said that the reason Bloodborne's not happening is because Miyazaki would want to be involved and
he's busy.
He's busy.
But people were sure that something was going to happen with Bloodborne this time, because Sony started issuing cease and desist to some character creator stuff, like the Bloodborne demake. Or so like they thought, like,
I played that. It's awesome.
So like they all thought that Sony was gonna be really close to announcing something, because why else? Why else do your cease and desist? Stellar Blade is getting some DLC and also coming to PC in June. Blueprints, I don't really have. The game's coming to Game Pass, I believe. I didn't really care about it. Same thing with Abiotic Factor. Maybe the game of the show for people. was this game called Tides of Annihilation, because it came out of nowhere. This was when the streets of London are engulfed by an outworld invasion, the only survivor, Gwendolyn, discovers a mysterious power to command the legendary Knights of the Round Table.
Oh,
So it's kind of one of those action adventure games, kind of reminiscent of Stellar Blade.
mm.
When I first saw this, I was like, okay, I wouldn't be. And I think this is also made by a Chinese company. Which
Yeah, a lot of China and Korea lately on the gaming space.
Apparently in this Bobby Kotick interview, he said that the future of gaming is China, and that's why he decided to sell and get out, because he saw the future coming and he wanted out. Because I think he said that
That's weird.
that workers in China can work 60 hours a week and don't demand like vegan food in their fridge, and they can just get stuff done, kind of taking shots at American work culture.
Oh man.
So like they can.
I've been eating a lot of vegan food lately.
Yeah.
It's tasty, but expensive.
But yeah, this game looked really cool, and this is one of those games I saw, and I'm like, oh, I wouldn't be surprised if Sony grabbed like exclusivity on this, but nope. Fully multi-platform, pretty much like everything else on the show. 22 out of 27 of the things shown coming to Xbox. I think it's supposed to come next year, but they also released an 11-minute showcase of the gameplay today or last night. It looks cool, man. Definitely inching its way up a anticipated list. We have Metal Eden, and when I first saw this, my first reaction was like, "Oh, this is Marathon." But no,
yeah, I saw a lot of people saying that about that game.
It is the newest game from the devs of Ruiner, and it's
Ruiner.
Yeah, it's
I never finished that either.
It's a fast-paced science fiction first-person shooter. Looks cool. Looks really cool. Definitely one that really
Ruiner's a good game.
Sparked my
interest. Is it coming to Xbox?
Yes, it is.
Good.
Mind's Eye, which is a game from, I forgot the name of the studio, but published by IO Interactive Partners. It's actually coming this summer. Kind of gave me like a sci-fi Grand Theft Auto vibe. Also look really interesting. Another game coming to Xbox. And then PlayStation showed off Housemarque's Seros, which, cinematic trailer. Very reminiscent of Returnal. Housemarque, I don't know, like I said, Returnal's my favorite PlayStation game of this gen, so next year I'll be really looking forward to playing that. So that was Sony's State of Play, or as some people call it, the state of the multiplat. Who
calls it that?
I've seen a lot of people call it that. A lot of Xbox fans and a lot of fans in general. I mean, look, I'll go to Jeff Keighley's Twitter feed right now. Jeff Keighley, right? Because he does these polls like, "Hey, how do you feel after this?" And it has 78,722 votes, and 36.2% voted a D or below. 28.8% voted a C. So 65% of people polled thought it was a C or a D, which isn't really good. 25% said it was a B, and then 9% said it was an A. So the general vibe on the internet is that it was not a good show. Now, I actually thought it was a good show. I mean, granted, a lot of the games, almost all of them are coming to Xbox, and a lot of them did interest me. And the one PlayStation game they did show off is something that I'm also like, okay, I want to play this, even if it was a cinematic trailer. I want to see the gameplay. But a lot of people like, oh, this was better than the Xbox showcase, or this was better than the recent developer direct. I don't know how, because the recent developer direct got higher, score from Jeff Keighley's audience than this, and I think partially.
I think with the dev direct, it's like it's expected that it's just going to be a deep dive into a couple of studios, right? Or well, they tell you exactly what's coming, so you know what to expect.
So you get
with State of Play, it's like,
because I saw people saying
it's
like
surprise oriented.
How could the dev direct score higher? Because it's just a bunch of people talking. But it's like, well, the dev direct is literally just an inside look at 4 games or 5 games, and they show off gameplay. That's like the big thing about it. It's like how this game looks and how it plays. Like State of Play is just, let's just run 30 trailers You know, some will hit and some won't. But I think what a lot of people are looking at is they want these shows to be primarily PlayStation focused, from first party studios to, you know, exclusive games. So when people tune in and what they're watching is just a game that you can play anywhere on any console at any time, that's not why those people tune in. You know what I mean? Like the most recent Xbox showcase was highly regarded, I think partially because the games look good, but also because it was mainly just games coming from Xbox. Right? And this here State of Play is mainly just third-party games with one first-party announcement. So if
it's a good show for Xbox fans and PC gamers.
Well then, but then PlayStation fans are gonna be like, oh, every Xbox show in the future is a good show for PlayStation fans because all the Xbox games are gonna be multi-platform. And like, yeah, fair enough, that is the case.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
I think some people just want
It can all be multi-platform gamers together, right, Rand?
I guess
all one big happy family. Kumbaya, my lord, kumbaya. Like that's the whole thing, right?
Yeah, well, that's Xbox. They want the kumbaya, but Sony's definitely not singing kumbaya. Neither is Nintendo. I don't know. It's sort of. I guess the question, like, Sony's probably got to be wondering to themselves, like, what do these people want? Right? It's like, what can we do? Especially now that it really does seem like both Xbox and PlayStation are not announcing games too far into the future anymore. Like, sure, you can go back to Xbox's 2019 and 2020, and they announced a whole bunch of games that a lot of them aren't even out yet. But a lot of their recent announcements, it definitely seemed like, hey, the window from announcement to release is short. Right? Ninja Gaiden 4 announced this year, releasing this year. You know, Gears E-Day announced last year, possibility releases this year, but even if it doesn't, it's 2026. So it definitely seems like Xbox is aiming to announce stuff that are like 2 years out at the most, instead of announcing something 4 or 5 years out. And PlayStation sort of did that back in the early PS4 generation, and they moved away from that at the beginning of this gen, where things were announced like 2 years out. And because of how long these projects take, and like because you don't need to do the normal marketing cycle anymore, they're waiting until later to announce stuff, so people get anxious and be like, okay, what's coming? It's basically, you know, the list war stuff, like who's got a better list of games, and why aren't we seeing
whose
them,
games
right?
are more multi-platform than your games? And then PC gamers are just sitting there in the corner laughing with a big grin on their face. I don't know why, but Gaz just popped into my head. Gaz and oh no, it's Alex.
Yeah.
Both there laughing at the poor console peasants. Like, it's all fun and games, baby. You know, at the end of the day, there's going to be so many great games to play.
So what do you think the issue is? Why do you think people are down on these things? Is it because people want to see PlayStation exclusive stuff at a PlayStation show? You think that's really just it? Like one new announcement from first party studios or a first party showing isn't enough when everything else is multi-plat?
I think it's a complicated thing. I think there's like a generational transition going on right now where a lot of gamers are of a certain age and they want to feel a certain way about these kind of shows. As in, they want like big, fantastic hype. And
they want like
hype moments.
They want the E3 2016 stuff, like when you tuned in, it was an orchestra and it led into the God of War thing, right? Or the guy playing the flute and it led into like you're talking about those moments, right? Those bigger than life moments that led to some of their favorite games. To some
degree.
And now it's just trailers running on a screen digitally, and there's no audience, so it's just like everything else.
I think there is a lot of general doom and gloom about the gaming industry. Like, you look at what's going on with Xbox, fine, but like even outside of that, there's all these sort of discussions from analysts and financial outlets, and you know, outlets that sort of write for Wall Street and investors, and there's a lot of doom and gloom about the console market in general. Although Sony's stock price is up on their recent financials, so like because Sony does seem to be quite strongly bucking the trend, which is like the console addressable market has a finite amount of users in it. And it does seem like Sony is doing a pretty adept job at cannibalizing Xbox within that market, while also finding new users on PC. So like, it does seem like Sony's strategy of supporting PC doesn't seem to be particularly hurting their console sell through right now. So like their sort of softly approach to it seems to be performing better than Xbox's let's go all in approach, potentially at least. It's not just one quarter. We'll see what it looks like next quarter, right? But so I think there is like a sort of hope that at these kind of events, these events cut through some of that doom and gloom, and also gaming is the whole point of gaming is escapism, I think. So like if you look at the news, no matter what side of politics you sit on, the news is just doom and gloom and frustrating, the state of the world, inflation, all that kind of stuff. So when you tune out from real life, your 9 to 5 and all that stuff, and then you look to gaming, you look to games companies and entertainment companies for a bit of respite from all the shit, and then they underdeliver. It kind of stings, I think. So I think that's why people are a little bit. I do think there is at least some degree, some element of, I wish things were just generally better, and I wish gaming was generally better, But gaming has sort of become this, and like developers were calling this out for years. This idea that gaming was too expensive, it's unsustainable. We can't like keep pushing 4K graphics and delivering the fidelity that people are expecting us to. Like I saw an infographic recently where it was like 10 years of gaming from like 1990 to 2000, and it showed like the progression of graphics from like 2D ugly, sprites, 8-bit, all the way to like 3D realistic stuff like Final Fantasy X or whatever. And then it was like 10 years of gaming if you're Gen Z, and it's just Fortnite, and Grand Theft Auto Online, Grand Theft Auto Online, Grand Theft Auto Online. Like, it doesn't feel like gaming, for people of our age, it doesn't feel like gaming is progressing at the cadence that it used to, with the sort of the bombast and the excitement. It's like, oh my God, the PS2 is so much more powerful than the PS1, or oh my God, these kind of huge leaps that we used to see. And these days, it's like the Xbox One at launch wasn't spectacularly more impressive than the games that were coming out towards the end of the 360 gen. But GTA 4 and Halo 4, they released on 360, right?
Yes.
If I remember correctly.
Yes.
And Halo 4, I remember playing Halo 4 and thinking, God, this looks really impressive. And Gears of War 3 as well. I was thinking, God, this looks really impressive. And I remember getting my Xbox One and thinking, like, it's not that much of a leap, like, compared to, like, what we used to get back in the day. And you had those articles like, oh, Microsoft's robbing us of the next gen thrill, and there is, and we laughed about that. But there is something to that. There is something to that sentiment of like, gaming just doesn't sort of, console gaming just isn't the same as it used to be, and I think that's where a lot of the frustration comes in. But PC gamers, like, they don't really have the same mentality like this, where it's like everything's got to be generationally more impressive. Like PC gamers are like, is the game fun? If it's fun, I will play it, even if it's like a Java-based game, And I think that's another reason why developers are increasingly looking to PC, because potentially it's in some ways, a healthier place to put out a game that doesn't look like a PlayStation 5 4K $800 million Santa Monica banger. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. So it's just there's a lot of philosophical angles to this, which are great for discussing in a podcast setting, but we don't really have empirical data, So obviously we're just discussing things. Take it with a pinch of salt.
Do you
It's fun to
think
talk about things.
some people will say that the decline started when developers started to kind of figure out live service, like when it was like instead of making sequels and stuff, it was like we're just gonna update this game for the next 10 years. Your Rainbow
Mm.
Sixes or your Overwatches or your PUBGs, and then the suits got involved more so than they had ever been before because now it was about exploitation and getting as much money out you can out of microtransactions and pushing that stuff and doing those things
Those
and
damn suits.
and then in combination with like okay you used to get Assassin's Creed games every other year and you used to get like a sequel to your favorite franchise multiple times in a generation, like 4 Gears of War games in one gen, 3 Uncharted in one gen, plus The Last of Us, where your favorite developers were making single player experiences with maybe some multiplayer offerings on the side, right? Here's the Gears campaign, but then also here's Gears multiplayer. Here's the Uncharted campaign. Here's the multiplayer. But then eventually it moved into like, okay, this game's strictly multiplayer and it's the same, not the same thing, but we're just going to completely update it with seasons and battle passes. And then everything started to copy that, and your favorite developers started to move more into that. And then suddenly you weren't getting as many games. Like you used to get 4 Naughty Dog games in gen. Now you're getting 1. So like now this generation it's like we just get 1 Larian game instead of how remember more we used to get. So now the games that you want are releasing less and less, and there's just more. And if you're not someone into multiplayer and that stuff, you just look at it and you feel like all the resources are going towards that, and it's because like that's where they make all the money. So it sort of feels like it feels like gaming is falling off because it's no longer what you had enjoyed about it because games release so infrequently from your favorite developers or franchises that, and like for myself, I don't care. Like I played Rainbow Six for like 100 hours. I played Apex Legends for over 100 hours. I played PUBG for like 800. Right now, I played like Warzone for like 200 hours. I have no interest in ever going back to playing any of those games. And I have like no interest in any new multiplayer games coming out. And before, like multiplayer would have interested me. And even with the rumors that, I don't know if you saw the rumors, Jez, that Rainbow Six Siege is like, they're going to be moving to Rainbow Six Siege 2 or something. They're going to Overwatch it. And or something like that.
That's risky.
I don't know, but there are rumors that it's going to be Rainbow Six Siege 2. I just don't feel the same about multiplayer as I used to when I was younger. Maybe it's because like my entire friend group I used to play with no longer gets on regularly anymore, or if it's just because like I had my time with all these live service games and I don't jive with them anymore and they're not releasing any new ones. And then like the stuff that I really want is taking a lot longer to come out. So it's like you look at the gaming landscape sometimes and it just feels like it's just dominated by executive decisions about live service. Like how all the PlayStation fans were upset that Sony was dumping so much money and so much talent into making these live service games go, and then they canceled most of them because of one bad experience with Concord. And now your favorite developers who used to make single player games were working on these things, but now those things are canceled, so now you even have to wait longer. It's I don't know, I think it's some of that stuff. And like we have a super chat here from Chris who says, when I watch the state of play, I'm looking for Sony first party. It's crazy that we only know of like 2 or 3 games they're making right now. I think we know more than that. I mean, there's Marathon, there's Fair Games, there's Death Stranding 2, there's Ghost of Yotai, there's Intergalactic, which was recently announced. So I sort of wonder if Sony, if like this state of play, if it had the reveal of Intergalactic, instead of Sony giving it to Jeff Keighley for the Game Awards, if they'd held it, and how this state of play would have been received if not only did they announce Saros, but also then maybe ended with Intergalactic.
Yeah, you're right.
You know what I mean?
think.
because those
Yeah, I
were
think you're right.
revealed. That was revealed a couple months ago. So I sort of wonder if like you revealed 2 of those games, would the reaction be more positive, especially because it's a Naughty Dog game. And those are
Mhm.
sort of things you're going to have to decide because Jeff Keighley's got such a big audience. And then one of the things like with Xbox is we know that they have their own show in January that they're going to cater to themselves and not really. Plus, I think they're also kind of upset with Jeff, to be honest with you. So I don't know if they want to give him anything super big anymore. You're right. So,
Maybe.
but yeah, I wonder how feelings would
They've got
change.
their own shows.
Yeah, but I mean, so does PlayStation. They knew they have a state of play coming in February. They could have easily decided, you know what, we'll hold our, because a Naughty Dog game reveal is a big thing.
Yeah.
So would Jeff Keighley's poll be an A or a B instead of a D, and the sentiment around it would be better? But then does the sentiment even matter? Because Sony just sold 9.5 million consoles. So do people even really care, or is it all just talk on Twitter and social media? And it doesn't reflect anything in the real world because all the biggest games are here and we're just going to buy it. And that's sort of the thing you wonder about Xbox. It's like, does any of like them going multi-platform, putting their stuff anywhere, does that matter in the real world? And you can look at hardware sales and be like, well, it sort of seems like it does because their hardware is declining, but their hardware was declining before they even decided to put games on PlayStation. Is that just people are just don't want Xbox hardware regardless of what our games are for it? I don't know. It's tough to really parse through what's real and what's just the internet making people angry, because you always got to be angry about something, and then your favorite creator is going to stoke your anger towards it. So you just get really upset about stuff, and they keep you upset, and you got to keep on tuning in to find out what you're supposed to be angry about next. You know?
I'm pretty angry, bro.
I mean, I know you're angry. I know. I know you're angry. So, I mean,
we should do Q&A soon. Otherwise, we're going to be here all night, baby.
We're still on track. We're still on track for time, Jez. We got Daniel Lawson with the
it's
5.
It's midnight here, bro. It's midnight.
Nintendo heralded the end of consoles with the Switch, and Microsoft followed. I think Sony is being dragged kicking and screaming into the future. I mean, it doesn't seem like they're being dragged kicking and screaming. I did see Matt Piscatella, who said, you know, he thought if Sony was making a handheld, that he thought the PS6 would be the handheld. Like but he said he doesn't know anything about it, but he thought like it would just be like a Switch-like handheld that you would dock, and that would be the PS6. And I'd be like, I don't know about that, Matt, but interesting to think about it, you know, because there are rumors that they are making a handheld just like Xbox is. So, I don't know how that would go, but yeah, I wanted to talk about South of Midnight, because I played the preview of it, Jez.
Yeah. Oh yeah, South of Midnight.
South of Midnight.
And you liked it.
Well, it surprised me because I have been known to doubt compulsion games, have I not? On this
You
podcast
sure have.
many a times. Because I feel like their previous games were thoroughly mediocre, and I didn't understand why Microsoft purchased them outside of the fact that they were available and had money to spend. So I was like, what's the point? Like, there's nothing in those games that they made where like, yeah, let's buy them and have them a first-party studio. But I might end up eating crow, which I'm perfectly fine with, as long as it leads to a great game, because the hour I played of Chapter 3 of South of Midnight was pretty damn good. And I was also someone who's like, even though last year when they showed off gameplay for the first time, I was like, okay, that looks interesting. It looks definitely more interesting than their previous 2 games. But let's see what it really is, right? So the game, you know, you play as Hazel. The whole setup of the story is basically like your house get washed away by this hurricane, and you're looking for your mom. And during that time, you discover your weaving abilities, which is kind of like a push and a pull and like a projectile. And it's your typical action adventure, like linear combat platformer. The game is super linear, Jez. Even though like you know, as you play the beginning of this chapter, they give you double jump right away. They give you glide right away. They give you wall run. So initially I thought maybe it would be like a Metroidvania, but it's more of like, hey, this is a linear experience we're telling where everything is like kind of in service of the story. So it looks great, and the setting is super unique. You know, you're in the southern bayou, the swamps and stuff, and the controls of like the double jumping and the glide. I did have some moments in the very beginning where like I was kind of I don't know, like because every platformer has their own way they handle. So when you start off one for the first time, you kind of like, okay, how does this character? How high do they jump? How long do they jump? What's the distance? Like the glide and all that stuff. So it's like you're kind of getting used to it. So like I fell off a couple branches here and there, like exploring. So, but by the end, because I played through this thing twice, it was like, okay, this feels really good to the control. Even though they didn't really let you customize any of the controls because it was all work in progress. So, I think where the game is going to shine is the story element. Because it does seem like the game is definitely structured in like two parts. You have the combat, and you have like everything else surrounding it, from the traversal to the story to the cutscenes. Which the cutscenes, there's a couple here. They have the stop motion on, and it looks really good. And I'm like a big fan of what they're doing in this game in regards to that stuff. And I don't want to spoil the story for anybody, but there's some pretty dark stuff that this game, this particular level, that kind of dealt with. So on that front, I guess the combat is going to be kind of the thing that people really, what's the word for it? It's going to be the dividing point, I think, for a lot of people, Jez. Because even though the combat is sort of centered around the story, as like all the combat encounters, at least in Chapter 3, were in an arena, right? You know when you're getting into a combat encounter, and they'll spawn a whole bunch of enemies. And, one enemy is just your basic enemy, kind of just swipes and attacks at you. Another enemy kind of spit out like a bug that would explode if it got close. Another enemy shot projectiles at you. And you can dodge with the B button, so you'd be doing a lot of dodging, getting away from the attacks of the enemies. And you have your basic light attack. You can hold X for like kind of a more powerful attack. And then you can use your weaving abilities to pull an enemy further away, closer to you, or perhaps shoot your projectile at an enemy that's further away. Or if they get too close, or if like the exploding bug is coming to you, you can push them back with the right trigger. And the upgrades that you get from completing these fights, you get XP. You can find XP off the beaten paths in the story. Use those to upgrade your abilities, so like it does more damage and stuff like that. And each of the enemies, when you beat them, needs to be unraveled to get a little bit of health back. When you beat one of these combat scenarios, at least in Chapter 3, it always led to a story beat. Because like the setup for this chapter is you meet the big catfish. Catfish is being held up by the tree, and he wants to be let go. But you have to like ease the tree's pain, so to speak. So you collect the bottle, and you gotta fill up the bottle with the tree's pain. So each of the combat scenarios, when you do that, you'll be presented with this flashback in a way of the pain that the tree was when he was a person. So it is like everything in the game is in service of the story, but the combat is going to be that sticking point where some people are going to be like, no, it's really good. But then I know others are going to be like, it's just, I hated doing it because it didn't evolve and it wasn't fun. And they actually in the menu, in the options, they actually let you skip all the fights. There's an option to like skip fights. And if you enable that, when you come up to a fight, it'll, give you an option to be like, do you want to skip this fight? Because like it's set up in that way where the fight then leads to a story element. So that's going to be where the dividing line.
Why would you want to skip the fights though?
Well, I think it's like more an accessibility option where there are going to be a lot of people that are going to play this who are going to be interested in Hazel and the story that's being told, and like the dark Southern Gothic lore and
So you can play it
mythology.
like a narrative adventure game if you
I mean,
fancy
essentially,
doing.
because that's essentially what it is. I mean, you could say it's your really standard like action adventure, the platforming, the double jumps, the glides. At least in Chapter
Yeah.
3, it's not. If you played a lot of these games, you've essentially experienced this. But it's like the look of the game, uh, the things they're dealing with, the stop motion. It all makes the game look unique and feel like it could be something special. Where the combat, you know, I thought it was good. I didn't think it was great, but I wanted to see if you earn any more abilities or how like earning more XP does it make the fighting. Is there something more to it? Because within just this hour playthrough, there was like 5 combat arenas, and one of them was optional. The game is supposed to have 14 chapters, and I think the game director said it's about a 10 to 12 hour game. So I sort of
Mm.
wonder how much combat you're actually going to be doing in the game. I mean, we've seen videos of boss. It does seem like there's multiple boss fights and stuff. So it's tough to say at this point. Like just from my playthrough of this one chapter, I kind of was like, I really would like to play this game now. Like that's how much I was into it at the time. Regardless of the
That's
fact
cool.
of like, oh, the combat. Like the combat also, they throw you right into it, and you have your abilities, so it's like nothing's really explained because it's Chapter 3, and the enemies do hit you pretty hard when you make a mistake, and when they get up close and hit you. So in the beginning, I was like getting hit a lot. By the end, it was like, okay, I got this. I know I'm supposed to dodge and do these sort of things, and sometimes when I got into the combat scenarios with half health. There's always a health item in each arena, like a big green spool of energy that you can pick up that will heal you, and anytime you unravel an enemy, you'll get some health back. But if you do die in a combat encounter, say you start with half health and you die, you'll respawn in the combat encounter at full health. It's almost like sometimes if you go into it and you have like no health, you might as well just die because you'll come back at full. But
Yeah.
I'm very curious how everything's gonna weave together, pun intended, because I did like what I played.
Weave.
I did really enjoy my time with this, and it definitely surprised me because I didn't know what to expect. Right, I had played their previous games and was left disappointed, but this one made me really clamor for the full game. And I know it's just one chapter, so what can you really say based on that? But just based off this, I'm excited to play South of Midnight when it comes out in April 8th. And
That's good.
if they keep up what's presented in Chapter 3 and like the combat stays fresh with some additions and the story remains as dark and the cool mythology of the stuff, I think we're looking at a pretty damn good game, bro. I think. Um, I don't know what else I could say. I only played it for an hour in one chapter out of like 14 and 10. So, but yeah, I don't know. That's kind of my quick thoughts on South of Midnight. I don't know. What do you think? Because I don't know if that's your
It's
type of game,
it
honestly.
looks pretty good, but yeah, I mean, I'm not super stoked on it so far.
Yeah.
Like I said, it looks cool and unique and stuff like that. But like when I started seeing the combat coming out and things like that, I started wondering like, is this actually going to be for me or whatever? But I don't know. I'll give it a chance, and I look forward to giving it a try at least.
Yeah.
You never know until you play it, right? I I, I always liked I thought a Recore wouldn't be for me, and it wasn't the best game in the universe, but I ended up playing it all the way through and enjoying it. And to be fair to South of Midnight, it looks far better than Recore. So
Yeah.
I don't know, but it's also that kind of thing. It's like I've got a lot of other stuff I want to play. Will it sort of, you know,
But is there a lot of stuff in
will it
April that you want to play? Because it doesn't, at least right now, it
backlog,
doesn't.
man?
Yeah, your
Backlog.
backlog could take. You don't need to play your backlog when there's something new coming out, bro.
sometimes.
I mean, your
sometimes my
backlog is
backlog's
always
more
like, oh,
interesting
let
than
me
playing
just play
something.
more World of Warcraft. That's what you
Season
say.
2 does look good, man. Does look
Let me
pretty
just
good.
play World of Warcraft again.
Does look good, man. Season 2, looks really good. Looks really good, bro.
Yeah. Let's see. There was some layoffs at Crytek, Jez. I think they said they laid off like 15% of 400. So still more layoffs going in the industry.
Yep.
Replaced, which was a game that was supposed to come out in 2024, was delayed to 2025, and Thunderful delayed it again to 2026. So I know a lot of people were looking forward to Replaced, and it just keeps on getting pushed back. This time for a whole year. So who knows what's going on with that game?
Who's making that again?
Not sure of the developer. I know Thunderful's publishing it. I don't know.
Thunderful had layoffs of their own recently.
Yeah, they did, and I believe Dino bought Jump Ship back from Thunderful. I think the studio, like the Inside Limbo guy that made Somerville. I think he bought that studio back. Like he sold the studio and he bought it back. I think that was like Thunderful acquisition. So I think he bought it back from them or something. So yeah. But anyways, if you guys enjoyed the show, make sure you hit the like button, please, and subscribe to the channel if you aren't already. Like Jez says,
check out 4XP Gaming.
Yeah, 4XP Gaming. It's in the link in the description. It's like the first thing there because they're sponsoring us. But let's hit up some Patreon questions, shall we, Jez?
Yeah, let's do it. And we've got a lot of Patreon questions to get through because they're doubled up from last week. I asked people to submit 2 questions because we didn't have a show last week.
Okay. I mean,
we're going to be here for quite a while.
Well, it depends on how many people decided to send questions in.
That's true.
Let's see. Let me get to the
3
thread.
people.
Let me get to the thread.
3 people sent questions.
3 people? All right, well, it won't be that long. All right, so hold on here. All right. Oh, a lot of questions. Okay. So we got iMike0. He says, Rand and Jez, this is urgent. I'm sending you a message from across the multiverse. Thanos is the Infinity Gauntlet and just snapped his fingers, wishing away all live service games. There are no more battle passes or seasons. Multiplayer still exists, but ships as is with no updates from launch. I need to invest my multiverse crypto into the franchises you believe would thrive now that the forever games are gone. Who rises to the top? I'm thinking Halo is the safest bet alongside Elder Scrolls. Please hurry, I have so much time on my hands now that Gems of War is gone from my universe. Thanks. Man, that would be a good universe to live in. All the live service games are gone.
No live service games?
Yeah. No World of Warcraft, no Overwatch, no Fortnite, no Warzone, no Rocket
Monster
League.
Hunter still does well.
So where would you...
Monster Hunter's not a live service game, but it gets a lot of DLC. Does that count as live service? I don't think so. Maybe.
I mean, Assassin's Creed Valhalla was considered live service, so...
Was it?
Yeah. I mean, I think by the definitions within the gaming industry, isn't a game that receives regular updates and expansions considered a live service?
Well, let's just, for the sake of argument, assume he's talking about games you can pretty much... Well, you can play Monster Hunter completely offline.
I mean, I do agree with them, like, if Halo's going multiplat and no longer a live service, there's a good chance of coming back. I mean, Call of Duty, it releases every year, so, I mean, that'll be... I do wonder how in this world, how that would happen if all of a sudden, like, all those developers decided, we're done with our live service games. How that would play out.
Or if, like, they were banned. Some governments just like, yo, these live service games are woke, so we're going to ban them.
Woke.
And they're all banned.
Dreaded word. The word for, I didn't like this, therefore it's woke.
Yeah, if it's bad, it's woke. So, it's a good question, man. I mean, it's weird to try and think about some of this stuff. I kind of feel like CD Projekt Red would be at the forefront of some of that shit. Witcher, Cyberpunk, 2 Punch,
Yeah.
I think they've got a pretty
like
good
Elder Scrolls
handle on.
coming, or like the Bethesda stuff maybe, because
Mm,
they're longer experiences that people can sink a lot of time into.
yeah,
The From Software
I
stuff.
think Doom is going to be really high up the list.
Yeah.
Doom Dark Ages, man. It's going to be.
Doom the Dark Ages.
I think Resident Evil is also going to be even bigger in that universe.
Mm.
Pretty big already.
I wonder,
but like,
wonder in that universe what happens when they lose all that money from live service stuff and the industry contracts because the money's not being replaced or spent anywhere else because it was only being spent on those games.
tough, man. It's a tough business, bro.
Chimera Chasm says, question 1, what did you both think of the latest State of Play? We talked a little just about it. I mean, Jez didn't watch it because he's Jez, but I mean,
Too cool to watch it.
I think I gave it a B, mainly because there was some interesting stuff there, and it's all coming to Xbox. And I like Sony's first-party announcement of Soros, but a lot of PlayStation fans are looking for that looking for that first-party roadmap, and they're not getting it. But I mean, I thought it was fine. Question 2, did any of you boys watch Severance? If you do, what is your thoughts on season 2 so far? Keep up the great work. Love from Scotland.
Is Severance the what? Oh no, I'm thinking of Succession. I don't know about Severance.
Severance is a show on Apple TV. It's got Adam Scott in it. It's got John Turturro.
I think my parents watched
done
that.
by Ben Stiller. I did watch season 1. I loved Severance, Chimera.
What's it about?
It's about a group of people who have their lives split with the severance action, where you basically split your work life from your home life. So when they go to work, it's like a new person who only works, and then when they go home, it's like they call them the innie and the outie. Like the regular person goes to work, and then when they go down this elevator, their severance thing is activated, and it's like a new personality. And that person, and that personality is the one that goes to work. And then when they leave work, the original person comes back. So they don't take any of their memories from work into their real life, and they don't take any of their real life memories into work.
Yeah, that is absolutely the opposite of what I thought Severance was.
It is amazing. I have not watched season 2 yet because I'm waiting for season 2 to finish. So when season 2 gets close to finishing, I will binge the show as I do all shows.
There you go again with your little binging thing.
It's the way to do it, bro. I don't know why you not want to do it. It's the way to do it. We got Sierra11 Kevin. Hi, Rand and Jez. As always, appreciate you both. And as always, a new Phantom Dust would make a good live service game. I think Miles would agree with him. Jez, based on one of your recent podcasts, I understand you know the lingo of youth. So let's play a game. Cooked?
Oh, no.
Or Are Cooked? I used that as like the thumbnail. Did Avowed Cooked? It's kind of just a fun in tongue kind of thing. And people were like, Rand, that's so cringe, dude. Rand, what are you doing? You're just like this 60-year-old white guy with the skateboard being like, how you do, fellow kids? I'm like, don't take this stuff seriously. It's just whatever.
They are right, though.
Sure. Yeah, they are, but whatever. I mean, just have my fun. I did it twice, and now people are like, oh my God. And then it's funny because I said, did Avowed cook? And like the first response is like, spoiler, they didn't. It's shit. And I'm like, yeah, but I didn't say they cooked. I said, did they cook? So if you actually watch the video, I would explain my stance on it. But of course, nobody watches or reads shit on the internet. You know, it's just like, I have to have the last laugh over this person because, my life sucks. So at the end of 2025, we feel like the following publishers cooked, meaning did well, or are cooked, meaning did poor. Okay, Jez, you ready for the list?
I'm ready, baby.
So EA, cooked or are cooked?
They're cooked.
So wait, they are cooked?
They are cooked.
Okay, EA are cooked. Ubisoft, oh man, boy, they are cooked.
That Ubisoft's like
Ubisoft is
burnt to a
super
crisp.
cooked. Capcom, they cooked.
Yeah, they cook.
They'll always cook. Sega.
There's also Get Cooked,
True.
but it was spelled slightly differently.
But so Capcom cooked. Sega, I think me and Jez would agree, cooked. Or are cooking. Sony. No, I mean I think Sony's cooked. No, Sony's cooked. I don't think they are cooked. I don't
They're
know.
cooking.
They're like mildly cooking, I guess.
They're simmering.
Nintendo also is going to cook, but haven't cooked yet. But are in the process of cooking. Right? And Microsoft, same thing. I think they're in the process of cooking. You know, with their probably biggest year yet. But I guess it depends on how you look at it. Well, they're multi-platform, so they're cooked. Or they are cooked. So
Hardware is cooked.
Hardware is definitely...
First party is cooking.
Yeah. There you go. Any, like all discourse, this can be feelings-based and not data-backed. My second question this week, if there's time. Microsoft said the purchase of ABK moved their plans earlier by 10 years. Do you think the third-party publishing was part of that plan? Trying to be everywhere to everyone. Have a great weekend. I think so. I think
Microsoft really does see, like, that's the way it's going, but also it's just kind of how they've always done things. Like, when Satya Nadella took over from Steve Ballmer, Microsoft's share price was, as the kids say, cooked. And then Satya Nadella took over and was like, well, we're going to put Office on iPad and we're going to, you know, start powering the back-end systems for every company on Earth with our cloud stuff. We're not going to be so protective over which platforms we support and all that kind of stuff. So his whole deal is multi-platform, you know, from top down, you know. And for better or worse, it's made Microsoft a very, very big company.
And their stock price cooked.
Yeah, their stock price indeed cooked. They are currently the fourth biggest company in the world by market capitalization.
They are cooked because they were number one and now they're number 4. Man, they're falling off.
Yeah, they're falling off. Oh, no.
I mean,
are you Gen Z now?
Is Nvidia still number 1?
Nvidia's cooking. They're number 1, but Apple is very close behind, I think. The last time I checked.
If you would have went back like 20 years ago and said, hey, in 20 years, Nvidia is going to be the number 1 company by valuation in the world, you would have laughed at yourself. And
yeah,
so would have
like,
everybody else. Every
cooked.
little analyst in the world would have laughed at you.
True that.
Dude, I wonder how many like Nvidia millionaires there are now, people that had invested when it was lower.
Oh, many.
Yeah.
Many. One of the whole things with Nvidia is a lot of those employees became millionaires because a lot of them had stock as part of their employment deals or whatever, and now they're all millionaires. You know, it's like when Microsoft went public in the 90s and like half of their staff became millionaires overnight because they had stock, right? Nvidia's kind of enjoyed that. Ah, man, I wish I was a millionaire, Rand.
Yeah, I wish I had invested in Nvidia before it blew up, you know?
Yeah, I wish I'd invented Facebook. Joaquin Branch has given us an update on the market capitalization landscape, and Apple is now number 1, Nvidia is number 2, and Microsoft is number 3. Is Google number 4? I'm going to guess. It's good old Google.
What about Meta?
Isn't it number 4? Meta's coming up. I think there's a lot of people that are bullish about. Investors quite like Zuckerberg's recent image change and his attitude towards firing everyone. So investors have rewarded Meta quite a lot recently. And their share price has surged. And also Meta's bought a shitload of GPUs from NVIDIA for their Llama artificial intelligence model. And obviously Meta has mountains of proprietary data upon which to create artificial intelligence. So I think they're riding the AI wave, like a lot of them are right now. Yeah, Meta's 6, Google's 5, Amazon's 4th, Tesla is 8th. For some reason, Joaquin didn't share 7th. It's really random. Tencent is 16th. Why? Where's the 7, Joaquin? Probably some oil company or something. That's probably why. Where's British Petroleum? The only good British company in terms of market capitalization, anyway. Yeah, so the Saudi oil company is 7. Oh, man. They just found a huge natural gas field in northern England that's going to add 12 billion to the economy. That's pretty cool, right?
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, so let's see. We have James Moore with question number 1. Do you think there can ever be a pivot in strategy again, i.e., no more support for PlayStation?
I think
it's
at the end of the day, Microsoft will go where the money is. If some magical thing happens where it's like they will make more money by not supporting PlayStation, then yeah, I would think so. But I also think that's quite unrealistic that that's going to happen. But then again, it's like Rand said, go back 10 years and ask if people thought a video game graphics card company would eventually be the -- company in the world by market capitalization. Like, no one would have thought that. So, anything can happen in business. Microsoft being 4th is also like, if a lot of people could have predicted that 10 years ago or 15 years ago, that Microsoft would have regained its position. Because Microsoft fell off, as the kids say, but then they climbed their way back up under Satya Nadella. So anything can happen, I think, in that regard.
Yeah, I wouldn't hang my hat on it, though. I mean, it's certainly like a possibility that you probably say maybe is like a 10% chance of happening.
Yeah. I don't think it's a high chance of happening, but anything can happen in business.
But it's not something that I'd wait like bated breath. Like, you'd be sitting there being like, well, eventually 5 years from now, they're going to they're going to do this, and they're going to be like, and we're not doing this anymore. It's like, well, I don't think that's the case.
Yeah. I agree. I agree.
Second question. Do you think Windows, as the definitive PC gaming platform, will be affected by all these recent bad decisions, such as forced hardware obsolescence? There's been some bad Windows updates that would brick some games, haven't there been?
The big issue with Windows right now is that Windows 11 requires, there's that. But Windows 11 requires a specific type of motherboard to run. So, like, a lot of people with older computers simply can't upgrade without upgrading their whole motherboard. And then this year, Windows 10 reaches end of life. So you'll stop getting virus updates for Windows 10 this year, which, of course, is going to impact people who have not got the right motherboard or whatever. So, but you only need to look at the Steam survey for the current landscape of operating systems for PC gaming. Windows is at 96% of the PC gaming for any platform to really compete with that. Can Microsoft fuck that up though? I wouldn't put it past them. I'm sure there is a universe where Microsoft does something spectacularly dumb at the same time that, I don't know, Steam figures out how to make Linux super amazing for just general purpose use. And then Microsoft ends up on the back foot. But again, I wouldn't hold your breath on that, like Rand said.
Yeah. Rave Damos says, Jez, why is Sunday roast an afternoon meal? Roast beef, potatoes, a vegetable, all smothered in gravy sure sounds like a lip-smacking dinner to my American taste buds. Yet in England, it's an afternoon meal. Help us uncultured individuals understand. Happy Friday from Germany.
What? Isn't dinner the afternoon meal?
Well, I mean, I guess technically depends on when you consider what afternoon is. Not like lunch is usually considered the afternoon meal. Dinner's usually around
lunch? About midday.
Usually noon or like 1 o'clock. Dinner's usually
Oh yeah, having
typically
a
like
Sunday lunch
6,
for
7,
dinner.
8 ish.
Yeah, I suppose Sunday roast is often had like as a lunch thing. I think part of it is like it's something that you eat while people are visiting sometimes. I think traditionally, and people visit earlier in the day rather than in the afternoon. If I had to imagine, but you're talking to someone who's very not good at being traditionally British because I don't like Sunday roast because of all the vegetables in it. So I don't really have it. And I also have no sleep cycle. So oftentimes I find myself having breakfast at 4 p.m. like I did today.
Mm.
So I'm a bad person to ask this. But Britain has all sorts of fun food traditions.
I mean, I would eat a Sunday roast. Roast beef, potatoes, vegetables, smothered in gravy. I mean, maybe if I ever go to England, I'll get it.
Yeah, man. You have to go to
Uh,
a pub or something.
Agents of Chaos 94, question 1. After playing through Avowed, are there any temptations to go back to the series to experience the two Pillars of Eternity games? First game is definitely admittedly dated, but both tell excellent stories. I was watching some of the gameplay when I was like watching some videos from I think like Mortesimal Gaming, I think was his name. Big YouTuber, does a lot of that stuff. He has some Pillar of Eternity gameplay. Definitely not. I just wanted to learn what it was, but no, I don't have any interest in playing Pillars of Eternity. I think I actually have both games on Xbox, or I think both games are in Game Pass. So I don't have no. There's zero interest for me to go play those other ones. And question 2: how did you think the marketing for Avowed go leading up to this release? I mean, Microsoft did what they typically do, right? People like a month out were like, "What are you going to do for this game?" And then a couple weeks out, they got billboards in Times Square and billboards in these different places. And hell, when I turned on my LG TV, they have like the WebOS thing where you can kind of choose what you want to do and rent movies and stuff. Like the big ad at the very top of the screen was Avowed. I was like, okay, I think there's been a bunch of YouTube ads and stuff, so it certainly seems that's what Microsoft does these days. For like, I think Doom will get a longer lead up and bigger marketing because it's freaking Doom, and the money's probably there.
Freaking Doom.
You know, Doom is a $1 billion franchise, and Doom: The Dark Ages is going to make a lot of money, so you can spend more on marketing. So with Avowed, it was like we're gonna wait till closer to release and then hit people with ads and billboards and all that sort of stuff. And we've seen them do that before. So it sort of seems what they do for I would imagine they'll do the same for South of Midnight. It'll be like, we'll get to the end of March and people are like, where's the South of Midnight stuff? And then suddenly you'll start seeing South of Midnight stuff pop up because the game's releasing in a week. Is that the right way to approach it? I don't know.
I
don't know. I do not know.
I don't know.
Tom Legg says, with Sony not even allowing the Ape Escape minigame and Metal Gear Solid Delta to be on Xbox consoles, do you think they'll ever release their games on Xbox, or will Microsoft be the only one that ever does that? Well, this isn't like a NBA trade scenario where it's like, you give me one Fable, I give you God of War. I see some people always say that. Like, what do Xbox gamers get? It's like, well, this isn't a trade.
Yeah, we get nothing, is the answer.
Yeah. I mean, the whole thing is like Xbox at this point is like, you can get our games for cheap through the subscription. And what Microsoft gets out of it is its business. They want to sell their games to a big audience and make more money. So, I mean, essentially what you would get is more games made by Microsoft first-party studios or published, like Ninja Gaiden 4, that would eventually come to your platform and that you can access for cheap on your Game Pass subscription. There's no need for Sony to be compelled to do that. Now, I guess you could make the argument about, which some people have said, Xbox is dead, Xbox is irrelevant, Xbox is going the way of Sega, and all those things. And, if Xbox is dead or irrelevant, then there'd be no harm in Sony putting their games on Xbox. Right? It's an irrelevant console. It's a dead console. Like, if Sony put their games on Xbox, what's it going to do? It's dead, right? The console's irrelevant. It shouldn't matter. This is PlayStation we're talking about. Which is why I think they still think it's a relevant console. I mean, like you said, you look at the state of play. 22 things out of 27 were coming to Xbox. If Xbox was the dead platform, it'd be like 10 out of 27. Instead, you see more studios going multi-platform.
Level 5 coming to Xbox with their next game.
And,
like, it, honestly, in a weird way, it feels like Xbox has more support than ever. Especially from like Japan and countries like that. Yeah. Korea showing up for Xbox really strongly. Like, it doesn't feel like a platform that's dying. It's not like your Dreamcast days, right? Or your GameCube, or your Wii U.
And the thing is, like, PlayStation could make money selling their games on Xbox. Like, Helldivers would actually make a lot of money, and they could do they could make extra money there, but they don't want to. Not because it's irrelevant, but because they know it's like this would maybe hurt our brand a bit. Even though, like, I think they're going to be putting more games on Switch, and they think differently about the Switch, but they need to be careful because the Switch 2 is going to play a lot of the games that PlayStation plays.
Coming up.
So people might be like, hey, I don't need to buy a PlayStation to play this stuff. So you might have to, they might be singing a different tune in a couple years about being cozy with PlayStation if it really, encroaches on them. But no, I think Sony looks at it like, we're going to steal stuff away from Xbox. So we're going to not put stuff on there. Now, you might have a situation like Lego Horizon comes to Xbox in the future.
The Lego stuff.
Lego license. MLB games come to Xbox, MLB license. Kojima owns the Death Stranding IP. He'll put it wherever, he wants to. I'm sure Death Stranding 2 will come to Xbox at some point. So if you're looking for like Uncharted or God of War or something else, I don't think that'll ever happen. They could, because I think if you did put Uncharted or God of War on Xbox, I think they would make a lot of money. They definitely would probably out-earn whatever dev cost it would cost to do it. But it's also like PlayStation doesn't want to help their competitor, and they don't view Xbox as irrelevant at this point. Because if they did, it would just be simple a money exchange. Be like, yeah, no problem. We'll put Helldivers there. But they're being more cautious about it.
And there's small blood in the water.
But then again, at the same time, 10 years from now, who knows what happens? 10 years from now, maybe everything's everywhere from everybody. So you never really can predict the future. It definitely does seem like we're moving more and more away from true exclusivity. And what I mean by true exclusivity is like, this thing only releases on this console. Like, even PlayStation is flirting pretty heavily with PC. And, the Spider-Man 2 port was a year later. The Stellar Blade PC port is like a year and 2 months later. The Rise of the Ronin PC port was a year later. Like, that time frame went from 4 years to 2 years to a year pretty quickly. And, there's only a couple games that haven't made the jump, like Gran Turismo 7 and Demon's Souls and such. But it definitely seems like all the future games will be there, and the time frame's going to be shorter. So the only one that really looks like they might have, hey, this game is only here, it's not even on PC, is Nintendo. But Nintendo does their own thing. Yeah, Nintendo's...
I wouldn't be surprised if we see Nintendo do more stuff with mobile platforms, like an Apple or something like that. But we'll see. I mean, those Apple console games sold like trash.
And like, it's funny because when you look at the financial reports, right? Xbox made about $23 billion in the last like fiscal year, last quarterly, like, and Derek Strickland posts about this stuff all the time. And it was like PlayStation had made half of the revenue of all the console makers. They made like $30 billion. And Xbox is at like billions. Well, so like PlayStation had made $30 billion. Xbox had made like $23 billion, and Nintendo had made $8 billion. So, like, yeah, when you do the numbers, it's
Nintendo
like,
dead.
Well, that's the thing. Nobody.
Nintendo dead, bro.
But that's the thing. Like, even when before Xbox even bought ABK, Xbox was making more money than Nintendo was. But Nintendo was
Bro,
selling millions
can't say
upon.
that.
Well, they were. I mean, it's just true. Nah,
No, you can't say that, Rand. It's not true, bro. It's not true, bro. Can't say that.
I'm just saying, you can sell all the consoles you want, but at the end of the day, it's about revenue. Now, granted, Nintendo probably makes a tidy profit. They probably have better operating margins than PlayStation or Microsoft or Xbox.
I wouldn't say that.
Well, I'm just saying, you look at it. But when you look at, like, yeah, sure, like the Switch wasn't selling as great this past year, but even at like its height, the Switch and Xbox, they were making about like 15 billion a year, very close to one another. But if you ask people who was doing good, everybody would be like, Xbox is dead or dying, and Switch 2 is just incredible. But
this is the thing, you see, when you've captured that kid market and you're the default gift for Christmas for kids of a certain age, those kids ain't necessarily going to go on to buy $1,000 worth of microtransactions in Fortnite like Nick from Xbox Era, you know?
Yeah, well, Nick, he does spend a lot of money on that stuff. I'm just saying, it's an interesting perspective, because even when we look at it now with Xbox making $23 billion, not quite as much as PlayStation, but then you look at how much they're making over Nintendo, but everybody's like, Xbox is dead or dying, and Nintendo's about to rise, which they will, because they'll sell millions upon millions of Switches. But will Nintendo's revenue reach up into the heights that Microsoft has? I don't know. But then people will say, well, Microsoft had to spend $80 billion to reach that revenue. And it's like, well, fair enough, but that's what acquisitions are supposed to do, increase your revenue. But
don't forget that when Call of Duty comes to Switch, Microsoft's going to get a fat cut of all that.
That is true. Okay. Which
as Switch succeeds, so too does Xbox. As PlayStation succeeds, so too does Xbox. That's why they bought ABK in the first place. It's like, if any companies, it kind of guarantees their future, the whole ABK purchase. So like, even if Xbox hardware went away tomorrow, they would still own Call of Duty and Candy Crush and World of Warcraft and all this kind of stuff. So
Tom mentioned how Sony has the Ape Escape minigame stuff where you Snake kind of hunts them, and people are wondering what it was going to be in the Xbox version. Apparently it's Bomberman.
That's way cooler than Ape Escape.
So you'd be hunting Bomberman, apparently.
I would rather have Bomberman than Ape Escape any day.
Silas says, Happy Friday. Question 1. It's always been strange to me that content creators in many cases come across as unpaid shills marketers for their preferred plastic toy, like some of Rand's close friends. Hey, that's not nice. I think it's even weirder now that Xbox is basically a third-party publisher that this continues. I've never really come across many EA or Ubi rabid fans. Thoughts?
Because they suck.
Well, you'll see fans of EA's or Ubi's games, like they're huge, like communities built around Madden and NBA 2K, right? There's just not a fan of the publisher, but there are huge communities built around the bigger games that each one of those presents. Like there's huge, Assassin's Creed community, the Siege community is pretty big. So I get what you're saying. Like, there's really no fans of EA. Like there is like a fan base for Xbox or a fan base for PlayStation or a fan base of Nintendo, because it was based around the games that each individual company was making, and then the platform that they built and the things that they were doing. And obviously a little part of it is like, I chose this one, you chose that one, let's fight, whose games are better. But while you won't meet like an EA fan, there definitely are huge communities around their big games. Some would say maybe even bigger than like the Xbox community, like, the 2K stuff. So
I think also it's like Xbox and PlayStation and Nintendo as well. They sort of curate fandom around the hobby. It's like you get fans of Games Workshop, for example. They are the arbiters of the hobby, and you get fans of Steam because they make the hobby possible. Whereas a lot of times, EA, the good things, the good games that EA deliver often feel like they're in spite of EA's meddling, you know. I don't think EA does a good job of, you know, creating fans because a lot of the bad decisions it's made over the years. Whereas, like, you could still argue, like, Xbox has done a lot of good stuff, backwards compatibility, cloud gaming, Xbox Play Anywhere. They were at the forefront of sort of pushing Sony towards crossplay, you know, which I don't think they get enough credit for that either. So I think they're like, and also their executives and their staff are very visible on social media.
Well,
you know, you can talk to them.
Maybe not on Twitter.
I saw Stein. Stein's still out there on
Stein
Twitter.
might be, but you know, it's Phil used to interact a lot more on Twitter than he does now. He basically doesn't, and you know, same thing with Sarah Bond.
Don't really blame them.
So, but I get what you're saying, Silas. I just think because all EA was they just released games, and Xbox fans, PlayStation fans, Nintendo fans were just fans of the platform and the games that came out, and like that includes like all the games that would release. But don't discount how big some of those communities are around Rainbow Six Siege or Madden or FIFA or like Apex Legends and stuff. It's just kind of coalesced around single game entities rather than like the whole publisher.
People don't like usually associate a lot of the Microsoft properties with Microsoft either. Like, I never see Blizzard people mad at Microsoft. They're always mad at Blizzard, or you know, Minecraft people mad at Microsoft. They're always usually mad at Mojang, you know. But I don't know.
Question 2: with Xbox becoming a third-party publisher, you guys have decided to morph the podcast into a more of lifestyle brand, covering games, books, wrestling, and other topics that interest you. I mean, we sort of already do anyways. We talk about that stuff, but for this grand reboot, you're able to have one and only one of these individuals to interview to kick off this new chapter of Xbox 2. Chris Metzen or Brandon Sanderson? Who shall it be and why? Man. Fight. Oh, Brandon Sanderson for sure. Absolutely.
Are you fucking kidding
me?
Are
you kidding me? You want Chris?
No one
Chris
gives
who?
a shit.
Who the hell is Chris Metzen?
No one gives a shit about Brandon Sanderson.
Nobody even knows who Chris Metzen is.
Chris Metzen is a legend, bro.
A legend of what?
A legend,
What's he a legend of? Brandon Sanderson,
Warcraft universe, bro.
Brandon Sanderson finished Wheel of Time,
StarCraft universe,
and is the biggest like science fiction fantasy writer in the industry.
Literally, no one cares about Wheel of Time, dude.
Literally, nobody's ever heard of Chris
person
Metzen.
on Earth. You are the only person on Earth who even cares about Wheel of Time. I never even heard of it until I met you. And you are still the only person I know who's ever talked about Wheel of Time.
That's a lie from the devil's anus.
It is not. It is not. No one. Andy, do you know what Wheel of Time is?
Don't ask your girlfriend what. Ask her.
What Wheel of Time
Hey, Andy, do you know who Chris Metzen is? I bet she's gonna say no.
She doesn't know. She's never heard of Wheel of Time.
Okay,
no one's heard of Wheel of Time.
Dude, ask her who Chris Metzen is.
Do you know who Chris Metzen is? Okay, she doesn't know who Chris
Metzen is
either.
Nobody knows.
The point, Rand. It's beside the point.
Nobody knows.
Sure, Rand, you don't know anything. You don't know anything, Rand. Well, we'd have Chris Metzen on because I think more people would be interested in that.
No, we're having
because it's at least
Sanderson
gaming
on.
adjacent.
You know what? That'll be the end.
No one cares.
That'll be the end of the podcast because we can't agree on this.
Nobody cares about. Nobody on this podcast would care about listening to Brandon Sanderson. They would be interested in.
There would be plenty of people who care.
No, they wouldn't care.
Dude, nobody cares about World of Warcraft.
No, they'd be interested to know how Blizzard's getting on under Microsoft, and Chris Metzen could give us some unique insights on the topic.
Nobody cares. Brandon Sanderson's a name that people recognize. People look at Chris Metzen and go, "Meta who?" Yeah, Daniel also with the $2 says Jez is blaspheme against the Wheel of Time. He sure did. He says nobody knows about Wheel of Time yet.
No one's heard of it,
A whole bunch of people in the chat have read and love Wheel of Time. So
they're just placating you, man. They're just sort of like they're like trying to make you feel better. No one's heard of it, man. It's like a poor man's Lord of the Rings, isn't it?
Moving on. We got Pat Rock Since there seems to be a renaissance of action
Lord
games
of the Rings fan fiction.
with Black Myth, Stellar Blade, and more coming aside from Ninja Gaiden, what is something in Xbox back portfolio that could make a revival? Huh. That's an action game? I guess.
Prototype ban.
Yeah, Prototype. But I wouldn't necessarily call that like an action game like the other ones were. But I mean, I guess it does have some
Surely
of that.
it is.
Yeah. I mean, Ninja Gaiden was a part of that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think of... Yeah, I guess Prototype would be in that sphere.
What if it is Year of the Ninja, right?
Oh, okay. Hit me.
What if Phil picks up the phone, calls up From Software, and is like, lads, give us Ninja Blade 2.
Oh.
It is time.
Or
it is
calls
time.
and says, lads, give us Sekiro 2.
Oh, all that, I suppose.
Yeah. Or, yeah. Or lads, hook us up with the new Tenchu.
Yeah. All of those.
I like those.
That'd be cool.
Yeah. Ninja Blade. Yeah. Ninja Blade 2. There you go.
Or what if he hits up Clovers and he's like, Hideki Kamiya, let's revive.
Well, Hideki Kamiya blocks him.
Yeah.
Dude, what if Scalebound was in development at Platinum and then Hideki Kamiya left, so it was canceled?
Again?
Yeah.
Second cancel?
Second cancel. Yeah.
I heard Scalebound's actually hiding on the Xbox operating system with the secret GPU, and it's just going to be activated at some point.
The secret GPU that was in the brick? The power brick? Yeah.
Do you remember Power Bricks? God,
awful. Logan Meyer says, hey guys, hope all's well. What is the deal with Dave the Diver not being on Xbox? Game came out ages ago and keeps getting content, but not a peep about the Xbox version. I have no clue.
No idea either.
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe he doesn't, there's not, I don't know. I have no idea about Dave the Diver. I thought at some point it would come because I was like, I kind of want to play the game. And I was just like, well, it would come to the platform, but it doesn't seem like it's coming anytime soon. So I might have to play it somewhere else. But yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised it hasn't come yet. I don't know what the holdup would be outside of maybe he doesn't want to spend the money making the port. Maybe he feels that, it wouldn't sell or something. I don't know. OMG Turtles says, evening gents. I thought I'd use this question that Rand hasn't pre-read before hand to plug Scarecrow 121's YouTube and Twitch account. Scarcely relevant. Scarecrow 121 is a big part of the Xbox 2 community and an all-around great guy. It's fantastic to see him start his new venture, give it his all, and put up with me for 2 hours in his chat. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, find him live streaming at Scarcely Relevant on YouTube and Twitch. Anyway, been a great show so far, guys. Thanks for the entertainment. Yes, check out Scarecrow, or Scarcely Relevant as he's known in the YouTube and Twitch world. So, thank you for that.
Yeah, Scarcely's awesome.
Simon
We're building
B.
up a nice community on Xbox too.
Says, hi, Rand and Jez. Hope you're both doing well. Thank you for all the awesome content. I was wondering, with the continuing decline in hardware sales, do you think there is a risk Xbox could do as Sega Saturn and pull both the Series X and S from the market before we reach next gen? And now that Gamertag, Destin, and Xbox Era have had Phil Spencer, the obvious question is, when do we still see Phil on Xbox 2+1? Probably never. And as far as hardware goes, I don't think they'd pull the Series X and X from the market before next generation. I think they'd keep it there, and then when next gen happened, maybe you... I mean, when this gen happened, they kind of pulled the One X fairly quickly.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, it's still selling, right? I had a message from someone recently who was like, oh my God, Jez, I think they've cancelled Xbox sales in Sweden or somewhere. And then I got another message a couple of weeks later. It's like, oh, never mind, there's stock back in again. So it's like, they are steadily selling. The fact that they're constantly selling out, I think Microsoft's just being very conservative with the amount of stock available.
They're just barely trying to meet demand. It doesn't seem like they want to overstock everything. So they're
doing the bare minimum, but it's still selling, for better or worse.
Here's the thing I would love to know. Is it because that they still lose a significant amount of money on hardware?
It must be. It must be that it's just it must be that it's just too expensive to justify the cost of user acquisition or something.
Because some
And they're just sort of doing the bare minimum. I don't know.
Like,
I got this weird theory that they lost the chip tender with AMD, and that's why they don't have the stock. Or they're just spending a lot of the stock they do have upgrading the cloud, because that's an aspect too. So like they're sort of, because they are growing the cloud interface quite rapidly, because in some places there's more demand for cloud than there is for hardware. Like Brazil is one place I've heard, for example. And that's sort of detracting from the amount of stock they've got for regular units. So like if they are sort of in a position where it's like, we don't have enough stock to meet the demand we do have, what's the point in doing extra marketing on top of that, you know? I mean, it is kind of interesting when like, they'll say things like our hardware sales are down, but our cloud is up. But technically, the cloud is also powered by Xbox hardware. So a lot of those Xbox hardware sales, they're kind of selling them to themselves to grow the cloud because it's the same platform. Maybe they should have, from day one, they probably should have just built the cloud on PC hardware, really. Because there probably is some aspect of like they are cannibalizing their own stock levels, but they'll never put that out publicly. That'll be like subject to all kinds of NDAs with AMD. We'll probably find out someday. It'll be something that like I ask Phil if we ever do get him on Xbox 2+1 long after NDAs have expired and we're all old, very old. Rand's pushing 80, I'm pushing 30. I'm so young, you know?
Yeah. We have James Wiseau. It says, my Avowed Steelbook is now my favorite piece of physical media that I own. The cover art is just sublime. I can't believe I've had it as my Xbox background for a year, and it's a game I've been excited for since the announcement in 2020, and I can't believe I can finally play it. Is there any game that was announced ages ago that either of you can't believe you'll finally get your hands on with this year? Also, Rand, great vids. Happy to see you back on the content creation. Thank you. I mean,
yeah, it is good seeing your videos come back up across my feed, broski.
I guess it would be Fable, because Fable's been, 2020, 2025. I mean, that's a 5-year thing. I mean, if you're saying like that's a game, because you gotta look at it. Well, you gotta look at a game that's, I guess the other one would be Grand Theft Auto 6. If it does come out this year, I'd be like, man, I can't believe I'm finally playing this game, right? It's real. Because it's got to be a game that has been a long time announced, right? So, like Avowed announced in 2020, it's out now. Fable announced in 2020, out now. People will have that with Everwild whenever it does come out. But it'd be like GTA 6 and Fable.
I mean, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth was kind of one for me.
Yeah,
even though like it's been out for a while.
Or like
it's
remake,
like,
right?
I never would have thought in a million years that they'd be doing a full-blown high-fidelity remake of that game, and not just like a little spin-off, like the whole experience. And it's not a perfect game. Earlier you were talking about like in Avowed how it's got like this dynamic exploration layer, whereas like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is the opposite. It's got checklists of content you have to go through in order to access secret cutscenes and stuff like that. And I've like begrudgingly 100%ed every area so far, much to my depression. I'm not enjoying 100% in that game. They studied at the Ubisoft School of Open World Design, and I really hope they reconsider with the next one. But alas, I'm grateful that that the project happened at all, to be honest. I will feel like that if the rumored Final Fantasy IX remake and Final Fantasy Tactics remake that Nate the Hate has put out there, if those happen, I'll feel like that again.
Okay. Fair enough. Ben Wilkins says, hey, Rand and Jez, longtime listener. Thanks for all the entertainment and informative discussions over the years. With all the major platforms subsidizing their hardware with software sales and sub-services, wouldn't Xbox being in more places be a huge benefit? Meaning they could be more aggressive with the pricing of their next-gen consoles? Thanks again. Love listening every week. Well, thank you.
We have theorized that before, like I think we talked about it on Xbox 2 Ultimate or Plus One, maybe, where it was like if Xbox's whole thing is like, or the console business's whole thing is software sales subsidize the hardware. If they're getting subsidies from PlayStation, couldn't they even more aggressively subsidize their next gen hardware? But I think one of the issues that they've got right now is cost of user acquisition is too high to the point where, like, if you are sort of getting zero profits on your hardware, you're kind of like, I don't know, cannibalizing yourself to at least some degree. I don't know. But it is what it is. We'll see what they do. I mean, hardware differentiation to me, value's part of that. And there's surely an opportunity to achieve some true differentiation with
You see, here's the
the
thing.
price of it.
He says, meaning they could be more aggressive with pricing in the next generation of consoles. I get that, especially if you're selling all your games on PlayStation and you're raking in money there. You know, is Game Pass growing like you thought? Maybe it will, maybe it won't, because it's like, well, you're selling the games that like Switch 2, right? You're making in all this money, so it's like, okay, well, we're making in more money than we ever had before, so we could come in sneakily with the nice console that's priced thing. But the thing is, I don't think they'll be aggressive with their pricing. I think they're through with the days of losing $150 on a console, because that just used to be the business. The business was you made a piece of hardware and the hardware was expensive and you lost money on it, and it's a loss leader. It's like the razor blade model, right? Where you give them the razor for free, but then you made money off the blades. That was basically the console industry. And we've seen it with this generation where the prices are higher. They've raised prices because of inflation, because of the cost of components never really coming down. And it's just sort of like, okay, what we had kind of planned out didn't happen. And I think partially the way you see Xbox like really kind of being tight with their shipments is because they don't want to really lose a lot of money. Especially if you say like, okay, well, next generation we might, in this gen we might sell 40 million consoles. Next gen maybe we only sell 20, and that's just going to be selling to the hardest core, the hardcore, who are going to spend the most money. Maybe we make a system that's powerful enough that's going to last a while, but then we don't subsidize it and we sell it for $700. And right out of the gate, day one, we're either even, or maybe we're losing $10, but like we're not losing $150 anymore. We're not gonna go down that hole, and we're okay selling 15 million, 20 million consoles because we're gonna make our money everywhere else. I don't know. Is that their plan? Maybe it is.
I think that's probably online. I think that's in line with what you say. I think at the end of the day, they're happy with hardware being niche as long as there's still an active user base there and they can make money on other platforms. I think the business will be, healthier for it, for better or worse. And I think if they are, as we expect, the next gen development environment is just Windows, I think that guarantees that we maintain pace with actually getting content. Because that's the fear, right? That's the fear. If no one buys the Xbox, then where's the content going to come from? But if the content platform is just Windows, then hopefully we still get the games. But it's a big question mark right now.
Panman says Xbox xCloud seems to be improving. Recently, it plays near perfect. Do you think xCloud will ever allow Steam games onto it? I don't think so.
No, that's what
so.
GeForce Now is for.
Yeah. Good old Collinwood says, hello, Rand and Jez. 2 questions. I don't mind if I do. 1, did you play The Sims back in the day? And 2, did you play The Sims 2? I think my sister played The Sims or The Sims 2. I think I watched, but I didn't play it myself. So the answer to that question would be no. But my sister played it.
I've never really played The Sims, although my girlfriend has.
And my sister, I remember my sister begging me, and I remember buying a copy for my PC. So I think I remember watching her play. She loved that stuff. Pandaman77, I think if consoles are $700, the industry is toast, as many people struggle with the basics of life. Is there any chance that they completely undercut Sony by improving the Series X and adding in some neat software features while not going completely high-end? High-end seems to be going to PC anyway. I don't know. I just think I just don't see them undercutting Sony. I don't really think that's their business model at this point. I think they're moving in a different direction. I don't know. I mean, I think AI is going to be a big part of next generation, the PS6 and the next Xbox. I don't know what that's going to entail. I think you still make a console for your hardest to hardcore because they spend the most money.
Me.
And
that's me.
If people want to go to PC, they can go to PC because, you know, if you want the 5090 power, the 4090 power, you're not going to get that in a console. So you got to spend a lot of money for it. But you're right. I mean, $700 console, pretty expensive in these days and times. You know, I think Sony had $3.8 billion in revenue on just hardware side, and that would include the Pro. So how did the Pro fare? I'm sure they're going to be analyzing the data and seeing. So I don't know. I mean, this is just my speculation. Maybe they are willing to subsidize it, and they're like, oh, we're going to build this really cool machine and sell it for $500 because we can't go any higher. I don't know. We'll see what happens. The Big Fluffy Bunny. Hey, guys. Considering Microsoft's recent acquisitions of major studios, how do you see these moves shaping the future of the gaming ecosystem? Do you think we'll see a shift towards more exclusive titles across platforms? Will this drive companies to come together to ship games across platforms? Have a great weekend. It's Friday. Indeed, it is Friday. I mean, I think Jason Schreier said recently that exclusives are going to become obsolete in the future.
Do you agree with that?
What?
Do you agree with that?
Well, I mean, I guess it depends on what aspect you mean. Does that mean Sony's going to be putting all their games on Xbox? No, but Sony is putting all their games on PC. And despite what people think, you know, that makes, like, you know, those games aren't exclusive. And if people are like, well, Xbox then hasn't exclusives in 2016. It's like, yeah, I know. I've been saying that. Xbox hasn't had a true exclusive since 2016 because they've been doing PC on day one. And, you know, for a while there, PlayStation wasn't doing PC, and now they are. And now the time in between games is super short, and Xbox is putting their shit everywhere. So it does seem like, at least in that regard, from those two companies, that exclusives are kind of moving away from it. And even the recent state of play, like, all those games were all multi-platform. Square Enix is, like, shifting away from being exclusive, and they're embracing multi-platform. I think it's just a case of development costs are just way too high, and you can't get that back. On these platforms, the only one left is Nintendo, and like I said, you know, what does that look like in 10 years? Maybe Nintendo also joins the fray and starts putting stuff on PC, because I would imagine Nintendo games would probably kill it on PC. You know, if you release like an official Tears of the Kingdom or Zelda game or Mario Kart, like they'd probably sell gangbusters, even though you can illegally play them, or however term you want to use to play them on PC. But if you just offered them at a decent price, I think people are willing to pay to own it, right?
Yeah. I mean, it all depends, like, how, if you're controlling your costs and not being too greedy and stuff. I mean, that's what that Obsidian interview was about recently. You know, like, they've tried to maintain their costs at a sort of reasonable level, as to not sort of become one of these companies that gets in trouble, you know, where it's like, oh shit, everything's too expensive, now we've got to lay everyone off. And I think Nintendo kind of skirts that line as well, where they're like, we don't need to be like the biggest of the biggest, as long as we're like delighting our fans and they're happy with it. I mean, like, Nintendo could have much bigger revenue if they did directly support PC, but they've actively chosen not to, you know. Whereas, you know, Sony's shareholders, you know, for better or worse, demand, more money, So that's just the difference in culture there, I suppose.
Yeah, we have Omen. Happy Friday. How would you rank these games in order? How much you enjoyed them? 1 Avowed, 2 Outer Worlds, 3 Fallout New Vegas, 4 Starfield, 5 Hellblade 2. I would go Starfield. I would go Hellblade 2. I would go Avowed. I haven't finished Outer Worlds, so I can't say, and I never played Fallout New Vegas. So Starfield, Hellblade 2, Avowed for me. I don't know about Jez.
So, what were the games again?
Avowed, Outer Worlds 2, Fallout New Vegas, Starfield, Hellblade 2. How would you rank them in order of how much you enjoyed them?
Hellblade's going to be 0. I'm not even putting that in the list. And New Vegas probably number 1. I liked it even when, because I remember Pepper Ridge Farm remembers everyone hated that game at launch.
They sure did, and it became a cult classic.
Yeah,
will
but
the
I
same
loved it
happen to Avowed? Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Well, I don't
so
know.
Yours
People
is
like
what?
Avowed.
I gotta be yours. Fallout New Vegas,
Starfield,
Outer Worlds, and you haven't played Avowed, and you don't like Hellblade, so there you go.
Yeah, actually, I think I did enjoy Outer Worlds a bit more than Starfield. So I'm gonna put Outer Worlds there instead. I just like being an asshole, man, and Obsidian lets me be an asshole in the games.
They do.
You can do some really dick things in Pillars of Eternity as well.
They do. We got Diego, who says, "Sup guys, I'm a truck driver, so I travel around the country and deliver to big box retailers, and what I've started to notice is the Xbox section had pretty much stopped restocking physical games. I noticed a couple Targets completely take away the physical game section from the Xbox area and just sell hardware and accessories. One Walmart was using the Xbox area for extra storage for PlayStation and Nintendo games. Is this a Microsoft decision or the retailers not waiting to have physical Xbox games in stores? Just sucks to see PlayStation and Nintendo's aisle stay the same, but Xbox getting smaller. Love the show."
Well, where I live in Germany, there's no retail physical at all. There's codes for Nintendo, codes for Steam, codes for PlayStation, codes for Xbox. But there's no physical at all. But admittedly, it's a small town, but it just goes to show you that that's just the way the industry's kind of heading.
Well, it's more
I think Xbox.
Well, I will push back on that because you did see like Nintendo's out, like basically it was like they're 30% digital, so they're like 70% physical. They're like the flip of PlayStation. Like PlayStation is like 70-30, where they're 70% digital, 30 physical, but like it really seems like physical's massive on the Switch.
I think with Switch, it's like a lot of, again, it's gifts, isn't it? Buying things for your kids.
But then again, Steam's 100% digital, so
it's gonna go that way eventually. It is gonna go that way eventually for everyone. Like the next Xbox, would you be surprised if it was just 100% digital?
I would not be surprised
with an attachment.
But then again,
most.
they're gonna get pushed back on the people that have a bunch of physical stuff, and they'd be like, "Well, back compat, we should have." They might maybe they sell a external disk drive like PlayStation does for, the people that, buy the, that they're like. I sort of think they almost have to offer that, because then the whole back compat stuff is like, what about all this stuff?
Yeah, you said you did this, and then
yeah. So I wouldn't be shocked if the system was all digital, but you could plug in a disk drive if you wanted to.
Yeah.
I think PlayStation will still have a disk drive, although I can imagine them just being digital with offering a disk drive too. But I think it's like a symptom of just Xbox's whole ecosystem is digital. I think the reports were 85% or something, or 90% digital.
Yeah.
So the retailers know that, because they know how many copies they sell of previous stuff, and if everybody's moving more towards digital, all you need to really stock is gift cards, and you probably only would have, like the biggest physical game releases like a Doom or, a FIFA or a Madden or a Grand Theft Auto, so yeah, I mean, I'm not shocked. I mean, we're seeing Target get rid of a lot of stuff. I think they're getting even rid of the movie sections and stuff. You know, I
Yeah.
remember going to Best Buy back in the early 2000s and how big their DVD sections were and their CDs. Now it's like all completely gone, and they might have like a stand of the newest movie releases. Like
Dude, it's
there's
so
just
weird though, because one weird uh one weird thing which books this trend is vinyls. So
yeah
like in the UK, there's this, I don't know if, do you have HMV in America? I don't know. But like HMV is like historically selling DVDs, CDs and stuff like that. And but even more historically selling vinyls. And they were like going out of business. And now like when I go to HMV in Birmingham, it's like they've got a huge section for vinyl. And there's tons of people in there. It's so weird. It's like this is like this trend is legit, you know. Maybe gaming could have its like physical renaissance moment like that. I somehow doubt it, but no one could have predicted vinyl would come back like it has, and you never know what's gonna happen.
Indeed. Let me see. We got just James 93, member for 15 months, says, "Hi, I listen to you normally in audio while driving. I've listened to your old shows 1 to 150, hopefully more. You guys predicted loads of things right. Ah, we're getting our flowers for predicting stuff right, Jez.
Thank you.
Because we're
I like
tuned in.
flowers.
We're tuned in. We know what's
Tuned
going on.
in.
Some would
That's
say
a nice way of saying we're nerds, but
yeah, well, you know, some would say that we know what we're talking about, you know?
at least Rand does.
Dead Planet with the 5 says, I think there's something to be said for Xbox's popularity in the States. It feels like selling 30 million consoles here is bigger than 30 million worldwide. Yeah, I mean, the worldwide is lost to them completely. I don't think there's...
Everyone wants the US market, man. I mean, look at Apple. Apple worldwide is not as big as Android, but they are the biggest company in the world because they own the US market. I think if there's one saving grace of Xbox is that they're still pretty popular in America.
Yeah, they're pretty popular in English-speaking countries, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about England. Like England is completely PlayStation these
Well,
days.
I mean, I think yeah.
I think
but
they've lost
still.
England too, but they've still got
Well, I
America,
mean, technically
which is
they've lost the
way
US.
more.
I mean, PlayStation sells more here, but yeah.
Yeah.
It sort of is what it is at that point. What else? I think is that all the things that we got here? I think that's everything. Anyways, with that being everything, I think that's the end of the show. Man, 4 hours flew by pretty fast on this one, Jez.
It sure did.
So
It always flies by when you're having fun.
yeah, we appreciate everyone for tuning in. Thanks you to all the wonderful Patreon members who dropped a question or who just support us through Patreon, because that is the best way to support what we do. Anybody who's just lurking here or chatting it up, we love you too. We don't have to.
Don't discriminate.
You don't have to super chat or become a member or in the Patreon. We're just happy people want to watch the show. And same thing to everybody listening on Spotify or iTunes or any of the podcast platforms. We appreciate your support as well. Thank you so much for watching my Avowed review and my South Midnight review or preview. It does make me want to put more content out, and reviews are always harder to pull off. Like I think the Avowed thing, I think I worked on that for 3 hours, maybe 3.5 hours.
Jesus.
Because you got to play the game, and then you got to capture all bunch of footage, and then you got to put it together and say the things you want, and then you got to edit it so you don't sound like an idiot. So it's like
That's a lot of editing.
I think my original recording for my Avowed review was 33 minutes, but I cut out 10, so I think it ended up at 24 minutes. And I had a lot of mistakes, but you wouldn't know if you just listened to it. And then finding like the footage that would maybe accurately describe what's going on the screen. It's a big process, but it's sort of reinvigorated some of the content creation stuff. So maybe I can make more videos or do more reviews and stuff like that. But yeah, shout out to our sponsor, Jez, right? Yeah.
Yeah, 4XP Gaming. It's in the description.
In the description.
delicious, healthy
Yeah,
drinks.
check out their drinks.
Lots of vitamins.
Yep.
Look on the website. There is tons of vitamins in these drinks. So it's a better way. It's a better way to drink water, basically.
So we'd appreciate it if you guys check them out and, so maybe check it out and see if you like it. And with that, well, Jez is going to be on vacation, so the next 2 weeks will be Jez free. And I'm still going to try to do the show, so I'll probably have friends on, and we'll see what happens during the week. But until then, I hope everybody has a great weekend. Keep it gaming, everybody. Later.